Hey guys, my name's Ethan, and today is our last day of Robot in 3 days. We've got a lot of Robot together, and we've got a fantastic set of guests here, all from Team 26949, the Royal Society of Robots. Like I said, my name's Ethan, and if you guys go down the line and introduce yourselves.
My name is Gage. I'm the team captain and the programmer, as well as one of the drivers.
My name is Chris, and it's my first year in robotics.
My name is Sam. I'm our head CAD engineer, and I do a lot of design, and I'm also a secondary driver.
Sweet. Let's walk through the robot progress that we have. I'm really happy with where we are for the start of day 3. We've got a bunch of parts that all put together look a lot like a robot. We've got this all framed on a fairly stock Strafer chassis. We have an intake that's powered by an 1150 RPM motor. That intake is made up of some 48mm geckos and feeds into one of 2 launcher mechanisms. We'll have a diverter at some point today that can decide, that can filter for a specific color in a specific side of the robot. And then each of these will have an independent servo that can actually feed them into the flywheel launchers. So this will give us a lot of flexibility in building mosaics and motifs. And I think will let us have a robot that I think is really going to stand out in the short-term robots build space. I think the big thing that we're not going to focus on a lot today is probably endgame. If we have a lot of time, we definitely will see if we can make a mechanism for it. But I definitely think we're going to focus on making this robot good at scoring for autonomous and teleop. Do you guys have any thoughts, anything that specifically stands out about where we are?
I think that we're at a very good point. I think this is like a really good point to start off of for day 3.
Yeah,
Day 3.
it feels like all sorts of days right now. It's always crazy. Yeah, for 10 hours in this robot, I'm very pleased. So the big things we need to do today, we need to get motors in the drivetrain. Right now it's unpowered, it's rolling around. We left those motors out so that we can build on top of this chassis quickly and easily without having to work around those motors. I think we will split this robot in half so that we can spend one side over to a sub-team that can work on getting those motors installed, and then we can leave the other half the other 2 people can take the other half of that robot, and we can work on the top part. So I think that's a great place. I say let's dive on in. Let's start by, right now our scoring mechanism isn't centered on the chassis. We really just did this because we said let's put this together as quick as possible, and we didn't quite exactly guess where it should be. So I think the best way to do this is going to be, let's unscrew the dual blocks from the bottom, slide this whole thing over by 8mm so it's centered, and then we can remove the screws that go in the side of the dual blocks so that we can leave those dual blocks installed. We can then put the motors in, and then once the motors are in, we can easily put this top half back on. So yeah, I think let's dive right in. We added some structure, so now it's kind of hard to get the balls out of the robot. But this is I think I am always impressed by how strong this top half of this robot is. We just added these mini low channels in the front that are the additional pieces of support, and without those it was still absolutely rigid enough. It was kind of wild. So that's great. This robot is definitely getting some heft to it. Let me I would say you gotta grab some tools and let's start working to move the whole top half of this robot over. We'll also need to cut a few of the zip ties that hold the second segment of our ramp down to the chassis, because we're gonna take that whole top half of this robot off.
The metal things on the Ridgeback wheels, those are...
they're a flywheel. Those are an unreleased product that we are going to have available for this FTC season. I bet we'll have those in 3 to 4 weeks. They're definitely coming down the pike. So they added a lot more rotational inertia to the wheel system. We're using them so that we're going to trade a little bit of spin up time. It's going to take a little longer to spin up the flywheels, in exchange for keeping that the average velocity of the wheels higher through the shot. Hopefully we can launch the balls further with the same RPM. This is looking so good from when I was here yesterday. I'm really excited. This is I really like where we're at with this. I am really anxious to get it up and running under power because we have to wire this robot, we have to write code for it. there's definitely a lot of steps still, but I think we're definitely getting there. We have to mount electronics, we have to mount some robot signs, and also it has to work. That's always a component of this. We've done some testing, like we have tested taking an element from the intake up into a launcher and then launching it, and everything looks spot on, but sometimes there's stuff that you learn into the process.
I think we dropped a screw.
That's okay. The other thing I want to add while we have this apart is I really want to see if we can add a crossbar here. This might be a rebuild at some point, but I think we've got some bow in this channel. So it would be better, we might at least add some standoffs here. But the first thing will be motors. So this is a standard strafer. Otherwise, like it's got all the same channel dimensions and everything. And we've already got the gears installed on the shafts for the wheels. So that should be a pretty quick way, addition to this. Do you guys want to take on putting those motors in?
And weren't we going to also add those dual blocks onto it?
Oh yes, so we should remount the top, or we should at least put it where it should be, and then put the dual blocks on, and then we can leave the dual blocks.
Yeah.
So if we take the top half of that scoring mechanism, I think it makes sense, let's reinstall it, and then we can unscrew it from the other sides. So yeah, this should be able to center up. I think that it was all the way back here. It was against this. I don't know that this should totally center. I think that this will not perfectly center, which is kind of interesting in this case.
Yes, there are 2 separate shooters for each color. We are using 6,000 RPM motors for the launch flywheels. They work really well.
Yeah. Yeah, this seems like the right ratio. Okay. So because of the specific where we have an even number of holes on our crossbar, we have an odd number of holes on our upper structure, we're kind of in between holes here. We can't just scooch it over. We do kind of have to be offset. So we could either change this to a 9-hole channel and make this whole robot a little narrower. I don't know if that's exactly the right path.
That would change a lot of what we've already added.
Maybe let's just say we're going to mount this mechanism off center like it was.
Yeah.
And we can hopefully we'll have time to rebuild it so it's not. So let's put it back exactly how it was.
Okay.
We'll put those screws back in, and then we can unscrew the sides of the dual blocks.
So if you're doing like the robot, I saw some of the robot in 30 hours builds. If you're doing them like the like some of those I've seen, that's just because it doesn't have a curve like this does. So maybe using a 1500 RPM and gearing it differently.
So yeah, the only RPM we have access to right now is either 1500 or 6000. 1500 does nothing and 6000 hits the ceiling. So I would say use those 6000 RPM, but limit their maximum velocity in your code. So in the Rev Hub, you have different control modes, and we're going to show this more when we get into actually programming this robot. If you want to see an example of that, you can check out our starter bot code. It limits the maximum velocity, and so we use the encoders to set a specific target velocity, and that target velocity is it will only apply power to keep it at that exact target. So that lets you have some flexibility on exactly where
This
your
is how we
target
had it, right?
We had it scooched over that way.
Oh, shoot.
It's not a big difference. You can leave it where it is.
Is that all the way over?
It should be all the way over on that side.
Okay.
And there are a lot of there are a lot of motor dynamic advantages to having it be a target velocity instead of just a target motor power. It means that your motor can apply full power to keep, once you are trying to recover back up to your target flywheel speed. It also means it's a lot less susceptible to battery voltage fluctuations. All right, so let's start working on this drivetrain motor situation.
So what drivetrain motors should we use?
These are the 312s. That's what comes with the strafer. I think that's going to be plenty for this game. And I want to show the ones that are stock with that chassis. So we'll use the 312 RPMs. and we'll keep rolling through. So if you want to start on taking these out of bags, I'll get us some quad blocks and some of those additional components that we need to put that together. It looks like this is going to work really well, just having all 4 of these drivetrain motors in the channels. Let's work on that assumption, and if we find some advantage in a couple hours, that'll work.
I think like 8.
Okay.
Does it still spin up to that velocity as fast as it can, or is it slower or more progressive? If you use the run mode set velocity, I think that's right. Is that right? That's run mode. I will double check.
I don't think it's run mode. I think it just might be set velocity.
So
some of these are crazy. Do we have some paper towels?
There will be some. They'd be over by the food over there.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab some.
Launcher.set. So you do launcher.set mode, run using encoder, and then you set that motor's target velocity. So, for example, in the starter bot code. What? Shoot, that's fascinating. Okay. That did not paste anything like I thought it was going to. So that is in our code, that sets the run mode. So that tells your motor that, hey, you're going to control when I tell you to set the velocity, you should use a specific target of the encoder feedback. And then as long as you have that encoder plugged in, that'll work. So the rest of our starter bot code, here, I'll send a link to that as well. It has a bunch of comments and it walks you through, let's see here. The rest of our code is on this page, and it walks you through all of the specifics of that. So we set a different PID coefficients so that it spins up to that speed faster, and then that also sets the target power.
I got the motor degreaser.
Sweet. Sorry? You can leave those, because then the next step is we should take out these screws, and then the ones into the side, and then we can take the top half of that back off.
Okay.
Oh, and the engineer says, "What's up? I'm back." Nothing much. We're taking the robot part apart again, but we're doing it in service of making the robot more together. Sometimes that's the best option, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it is that mode?
You do 2 things. So you set the mode to run using encoders, and then you set velocity.
Yeah. So there's also so there's set wait, what did you just say like 2 seconds ago?
There's
run with encoder, yeah. So
yes.
There's run with encoder, and there's one that is run
to position, what you're thinking of?
Yeah, so I'm not sure what the difference is.
So run to position, you would use you use set target position, and that says, hey, my motor is currently here. I want the control system to automatically apply the right amount of power to rotate it to a specific angle and stop there. So here we aren't trying to control the specific angle of the motor. We're trying to control the specific velocity of the motor. Okay, so then for this we might need some more. We need more parts, but I need to think about what parts we need.
And whenever you're having a hard time getting a screw out, before you just like try and torque it really hard, make sure that you're using the best Allen wrench you have, so you don't strip it.
That's actually a great idea.
And also, I feel like with these T-handles, when you're taking out screws that are really tight, it actually strips less often when you use the short end.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's just because
it gives more torque.
It gets more torque. I think that's partially also because you tend to use the short end less, so it's less worn. And also, I think that you can control it better, and you're less likely to be at an angle, which can also make it strip easier.
Yeah, you have more leverage.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
All right, sweet. So we need 90mm spacers. We have shims. We need miter gears. I think that we need 3 miter gears. 3, 2320, 4008.
What are we using 3 miter gears for?
I have 1, and we need 3 more to get 4. Yep. So you could start by, we need to install these quad blocks onto these motors in this orientation with these screws.
Okay.
And then I can't think of anything else that we need. I think that's gonna work.
Through these holes?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Okay, and then I might, if you guys are done here, let's slide this over. Honestly, we might just set this over this way because we don't have the parts we need to assemble it, and then we can jump in on that. See, I might have you switch with me and head over and do that same motor stuff over on that side. All right, and then we'll start working on the launcher. So let's flip this all the way over. I don't know why I didn't think about this yesterday. This is obviously a way easier way to work on this robot. So we need to install another servo, which we have mostly together. The next thing we'll need to do is we need to put a sprocket on this servo. This sprocket is, I believe, 10 millimeters thick. So, and we have 6 mil. We'll use 16 millimeter screws, and you'll go through the through holes, the non-threaded holes here, into the threaded holes on that part.
So 4 16 millimeter screws.
And they'd be just over on the wall there. And then we have a bearing here. I need to constrain those bearings.
So, Ducky, I noticed you said spanner. And I know that's I think that's either a Europe or Great Britain thing. And I'm pretty sure, didn't you say UK yesterday? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I went to the UK Nationals this last season, actually. That was super fun. That was such a cool event. That was one of the coolest events I've been to, honestly. That
Really?
and the European Premiere event were also were so sweet. Okay, so how should I constrain this better? I can do a color, I can do spacers. I should have asked for more spacers. I skipped that.
Hello, Dormant. Watching from Oklahoma.
Yes. Okay, so ideally, I just need to flip that pedal block around. I always do this thing where I'm like, oh man, is that the right thing to do right now? And the answer is almost always probably yes, because doing something is probably better than sitting here and really thinking about it for 10 more minutes. At least in this context. Most of the time that you're building robots, I would say that's probably not the right answer. But this time, doing something is better than not doing something. Even if you're doing the wrong thing, you learn from it, and you know what the right thing is to do next time. So my struggle right now is that I put this pillow block on backwards to where it really needs to be. So I'm going to flip it around.
So Ducky said they're a member of Team Python Robotics, bright green 3D printed parts. That's really cool.
Do they have their team number in their name?
28536.
I am sure I would recognize the robot. I always joke that I used to be really pretty good at the part number game, or the team number game. There used to be a version of it on the FTC Discord. I don't know if there's a new team number game on the FTC Discord. I think a lot of my team numbers have just been replaced in my head with part numbers. So now I'm pretty good at the part number game, but I'm not quite as great at always getting team numbers.
You learn how to do it with your fingers?
Yeah.
That's actually some crazy dedication.
Learning how to undo zip ties with my fingernail.
Oh, that's very easy.
Yeah, at least with these white
That's actually very easy. That'll save a lot of...
And they're reusable, you know?
Yeah. I'm struggling with this one for some reason.
Yeah, can
There
use
we
them
go.
on the wire
That's so
management
cool.
later.
That's so cool. I didn't know you could do that. Well, I mean, I knew you could undo zip ties, but I didn't realize you could do them with your fingers. That's really interesting.
Thank you.
New pro tip, I guess.
Yeah, you have to have a little bit of a fingernail though.
Yeah. Or you could use like a little screwdriver.
Yeah.
That's how we've been doing it. Or like a tip of a knife or something like that.
Yeah. Just don't slip and cut yourself.
Yeah, that's the bad part about using a knife. So Ducky said that they could send a photo, and they asked where would you want them to send it to?
I don't have a great idea for a place I can check reasonably on the stream, but that's okay. I I'm sure I know which team you're on. I just don't remember off the top of my head based on the 3D prints. I bet I could just look it up, but if we have a spare minute later on, that'd be a fun thing to do. There we go.
I don't think I did this right. Look at that. There's a gap.
Oh, you may have gone through the threaded holes. So that's the threaded holes are. It's easy to do.
Yeah.
It just means that there may be a gap sometimes.
Yeah. You even told me don't go through those
That's
holes.
okay.
I still went through those holes.
That's an easy one. All right, so there should be some spacers and miter gears now on the end of the table there now. You can grab some of those and start on that assembly.
There's also a new PCU channel.
I'm not sure that I need that anymore. I don't remember if we needed that for something in particular.
Also, there's another servo here.
That makes sense. Okay.
There's also a square beam.
Okay. I think the biggest thing right now would be the spacers. We'll do that servo. We actually had. I think it was just the wrong size.
Here are the spacers.
Perfect. You need those for miter gears.
Oh yeah.
So that assembly is.
And here's the miter gears.
We also have 0.5 millimeter, 8 millimeter ID shims. So this assembly is 2 0.5 millimeter shims, and then 1 9 millimeter spacer, and then the miter gear.
So that mean you could also do just one,
I can't see sound.
1 millimeter shim in just one of them?
Yes. I like 2 0.5 mils because sometimes it's nice to have the ability to like really fine tune the mesh, and that can make those run a little bit better. But most of the time, 2 just works. Especially miters and bevel gears are kind of picky about the exact spacing they have.
So 2 and then 1, right?
Yep, 2 0.5 mils and then 1 9 millimeter spacer. And then you can install the gear itself.
I love the chat interaction of these streams.
It's very fun. 100%. I can't quite get my brain around which direction is the right way for these intake wheels, so there's a world where I do it wrong. And that's alright. Worst things have happened.
Oh, it's a lot easier when you actually do it the right way instead of the wrong way.
That makes sense.
Yes, we are the Huzzah team.
Yeah.
What team are you on? I think I might know. But it's just a guess, so I'm not going to say
The
it.
Huzzah team?
Yeah. That's us. They were asking if we were them.
Oh.
And that means that they were at either some of the premiere events we were at,
There we go.
or they're from Oklahoma. And I think it's someone I know from Oklahoma.
That's very possible.
And this will go in the exact same place as that on the other side.
Exactly, yep.
Okay.
Do you think it's better to have a large or small robot this season? I think that most robots this season are going to be large just because of how big the artifacts are.
Yeah.
But
But it's probably better to have a small robot.
Yeah.
for,
Fit in the hole.
for the
The
parking.
square, I mean.
Because and also you'll probably see a lot of robots that like lift up with 2 slides and you go underneath them. So it may be, you may see some robots that are like almost the full 18 in one direction, but skinny in one direction, the other direction, so they can fit underneath.
Yeah.
This robot needs a lot of purple added. Yeah.
It does, yeah.
The artifacts will add to that also. If I used a MediaFire link to the photo file, would that be viable?
Sure.
Skinny robots allow a larger robot to lift over it. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That does help. Okay, we got the motors and gears done.
Okay.
it in
Do you
the
want to
drum?
install them in the chassis? That should be all you need to do before you get them in.
Oh, I love this. That was sarcasm. We might have to take that. Yeah, we might have to take that off.
Like what off?
Which part?
The divider, because if we want to,
Oh, I see.
yeah.
I mean, we could probably just prop it up too.
I can hold
Can't
it.
have too much purple. That's so true.
Okay, what do you need him?
We probably, in the long run, we probably do need someone to just hold. We do need to probably just
Yeah.
take that off for
Oh,
now.
I don't know. It's a zip
I think
tie.
let's take it off. It's.
I mean, they're just zip ties.
it's really fast.
I don't know. It's not that.
Well, we can just unscrew it.
And there is one zip tie.
But
There's
then,
one zip tie, yeah, but.
but then it's just putting in 4 motors too. That doesn't take that long.
It takes quite a little bit.
We will also have to
Wireless.
take the wheels off.
That's true.
Oh, that's probably going to be the easiest. Yep.
Is there a what's it called, wrench?
Yeah.
There should be over there.
Wrench?
Oh, past the artifacts on the right side there.
Oh,
By the
okay.
scissors.
I should
Sorry.
remembered.
I could
Here's
use
2
more
of
words.
them.
Thank you.
Pro tip with the big steel. What are those called?
These?
No, the this. What's it called?
Flywheel?
The wrench?
Grid plate?
The wrench.
It's not steel.
No, I'm talking about the bigger ones. What's that called though?
Like a nut driver.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
With the big steel nut drivers, you can put another nut in there
Yeah.
so that it doesn't like slip out and get stuck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Gobilda one has, it's nice because it's the exact dimensions to hold just one nut, and they're also a little bit smaller than some of the other ones sold by other companies. But we have some that are bigger and steel, and with those, that is a good tip for using those.
Daehyun Lee, this is so currently it's not sorting, but we're going to make it sort and shoot from either side.
Okay, so
What do we need to do here?
We have two flywheel shooters, and then we're gonna have like a flipper. We have 1 intake and 2 shooters, and it's gonna be like a flipper to divert the artifacts.
So I guess the question right now is, are the motors going to be standing up at the front or the back?
I think standing up in the back would be best.
Because I don't think we can even fit them standing up in the front with these gears here.
Can you lay them down both the front and the back?
Actually, I think
that's
we
gonna
can.
work. Yep. That should work pretty easily, and I think that's going to be the best for this design.
And that means that we will have to take all the wheels off.
Yeah, sorry. The quickest way to do that would just be to remove this one screw and pull the shaft out.
The Gobilda tools we have are by far the best quality. Can't use them on most, but
We definitely
Yeah.
do our best to sell nice quality tools. We definitely notice the difference.
yeah.
There's a big difference, and we don't want to set people up to not have the best experience.
Mhm.
Especially if that's just like, spend an extra $1 on a hex key. That's the right solution.
Yeah, like the little flat wrenches, the punched ones. They're kind of hard to use.
Yeah, they can sometimes be your best bet, but a lot of the times, the better option is going to be the full-size nut driver.
Yeah. Good for tight spaces sometimes.
Do you have the other screw that went to that?
What size is it? Pretty sure there was only.
What size is that?
Looks like a 10.
Ten, I think.
What are you looking for?
We lost this screw.
For the
Oh,
end
it's
of the
this
wheel.
one.
Yeah, 10 will work.
Okay.
Whereas, always good tools. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't ever used Wera tools before. Sorry, that's not true. I got one of the little wrenches off of GoBuilda's site, the Wera ones. That one's a really nice wrench.
Oh,
I
the
love
7mm wrenches?
Yes.
Those are so nice. They are not cheap, but they are nice. I really like those. The Wera Joker wrenches.
Yeah, that. I love that because the different like places where the nut can go is a lot easier to use.
They're great. I have not been working on cars as much recently, but when I was doing that a lot more, I was definitely like dreaming about having a ton more Wera tools for my personal collection. But like having one 7mm Joker wrench is not too bad, but having a whole set is adds up quick.
Oh yeah.
They definitely are trying to compete with Snap-on in the pricing department. All right, there's one half of that assembly. I'll add the sprocket and then it'll be done. I assembled a bunch of plastic chain yesterday, so that we'll have that ready.
How are we fitting the gear in there?
Yep, you can do that.
Outside or inside gear?
The outside. It doesn't matter, but outside. Okay, sweet. Side number 1.
Everybody in chat, what is your favorite length of GoBuilda screw?
11mm for sure for me. Mostly because it's funny, but also because it's the best option for a standard 43.2 quad block.
I like the nylon patch screws.
I have the
but
red
there's not,
ball end.
But there's not 11 ones in nylon,
28,
right?
22s. I don't believe so. But also you don't really need them. Like, 11s are the best length for some specific applications, but a 10mm works everywhere.
Yeah, a 10mm is a good, just like.
I like 8s.
There are some situations where you can't use a 10, but you can, like most situations.
In those situations, you would use an 8.
Yeah.
Like going into a quad block when there's another screw already in the quad block.
Wait, what screws are we using for these?
I think just
Into the sides. I mean, there's your 11 mil.
yeah.
But,
I put 12s in, but
Okay.
You can go, I would say go 10s or 11s.
11s?
12s will stick out through, and it just doesn't look quite as nice.
Whatever the ones used in the slides are, because those are the only ones we have, lol.
the little like the 5mm button heads.
Yeah, those use a lot of 5mm button heads.
Yeah, those are nice, but you can lose those really easy.
You sure can.
And I think a big thing if you're ever assembling Viper slides is to make sure like you use thread locker on every one of those, because sometimes you'll find that like a screw has come loose in your Viper slide and the entire Viper slide won't work. And it's like at a competition and and the only way to tighten it is to like take apart the entire slide.
Yeah.
Yep.
There are some ways to like position holes over them and get an Allen wrench in, but
Oh no.
It's interesting how used the 30mm are.
Yeah.
Because you would think that, oh, they're too long to use for anything, but like, there's so many applications for them. It's really interesting.
yeah, they're kind of like the most used long screw.
Yes. I really think that the versatility of 8s and 10s are really nice.
Yeah. You could get by almost completely with just those two.
We found that out the hard way. Luckily, the day before the comp. That's so lucky. That's so lucky.
Nope, I'll sit around.
There are also tons of tricks to like take apart Viper slides fast. Like there's so many ways to do it.
Yeah, you can just unscrew like I think 2 screws and then slide one of the stages out.
Some of them are kind of like a little bit sketchy. Like there are a few
yeah.
that like ways that involve bending the slides up and sliding them in out at an angle.
It can work, but it's not great.
But like you could, I think you could also just like detach them from the
So we're putting them all upright?
All in line.
I mean, yeah, that's what I meant.
You
So
could,
like that.
Yep. You could attach. I think you can detach the
Is this where it goes? Did I get that right? Is that?
You could put one of the
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yep. I put in one of these boot wheels so that the toe is backwards, and I'm just gonna mirror it on the other side, because otherwise I'm gonna have to take it all apart again, and I don't really want to do that.
That's okay. It'll still work.
It has character now, you
Yeah.
know?
It looks cool.
honestly, never know, it might work better.
Maybe.
It might.
I was thinking about that. I'm like, maybe
can't-
this will push it in a specific direction.
It can't work worse, right?
Well,
Theoretically,
Well,
it could.
I definitely it could.
If you
Theoretically,
believe it can.
theoretically it
probably
could,
won't.
Just
but
believe that it'll work
hopefully
better.
it won't. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm on the same page there.
Yeah.
Since the scoring elements are bigger, do you think we need to put quad blocks on the end of the channels?
I'd say we could just add 43 mil standoffs to the very end.
Yeah.
I think that'll be nice.
Okay.
Do you have one more screw?
One more screw, yes.
Thank you.
No, Sam needs another screw. We don't make mistakes, just happy accidents. Love it.
Correct.
Love Bob Ross. Great guy.
Happy little trees.
Can you believe he was actually a drill sergeant?
Oh yeah, it's insane.
It's kind of crazy.
Thank you.
Hey, Roll, do you remember us? Mario's Mechanics from Kentucky Premier Minute. Oh, yeah. Love the theme.
Oh shoot.
Took most of it apart,
Almost
just to be
got it.
safe, and then tightened all of them. That's amazing.
There we go. Here you go.
There are no mistakes. Master Oogway. Perfect.
Real.
Go Builder. You haven't seen some of my spaghetti code. Dang.
Which one is more iconic? Spaghetti from a 3D printer or spaghetti code?
Probably spaghetti from a 3D printer.
I think that's fair, you know?
Because, like, that is like the way to fail on a 3D printer.
It's true. It's that one happens every time something goes wrong.
Yeah.
Are we good to add the wheels back? Or are we gonna hold off on that?
No, you can, I think, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, whoopsie. Put that in wrong.
Is that the right wheel?
Good question.
No.
It's not the right wheel. I would not have looked.
This is, it is on this side.
That's correct.
So, is this the right wheel on this side? Looks like it, right? Yeah.
Now I'm gonna make sure I heard right.
Mm-hmm.
Outside gears?
Yes.
Okay.
Not because it really matters, but because that's how we show it. So it doesn't matter. So
Oh, I have a bearing here too, by the way. I don't know where that came from.
If you're having that happen every single print, it probably is beyond repair.
it depends on when it's happening.
Yeah.
If it's happening only when you start prints, it's probably just bed adhesion, and that's easy enough to solve. It's not easy to solve, but it's definitely solvable.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, like, it could be something fixable if it's like, I don't know. And printers are getting a lot better these days.
That's very true.
Like, because I've been 3D printing stuff, like, from a fairly young age, so.
Yeah. He started CAD when he was like 6.
6, but.
Well,
somewhere close
it's
to that.
cool if you say 6.
But anyway, I know I like used 3D printers at the library back
This one.
when like it wasn't practical for anybody to buy their own, and it was like the quality was terrible, and they were like far more expensive. They were like more expensive than the fanciest ones they have now, and the quality was like as low as like the cheapest one probably on the market now.
So
Yep.
you did it before it was cool.
Where bearing from?
Well, I mean, it was cool back then
Where bearing from?
but it wasn't practical, really, as much.
Yeah.
Where bearing from?
Yeah, that's a good question because all of them have the right bearings. So they had a baby.
It might have just been hanging out.
They had a baby.
We also have an extra gear.
That's true.
Extra
Oh, but that one
It hasn't been used yet.
We have one that's not assembled.
Yeah.
Okay, we just have an extra one.
How confusing. I had to come.
Did you
from
screw this in?
something, though.
Did you screw these in?
Yeah, I screwed this in.
Did you screw this in? Looks like you screwed it in.
I didn't do that one.
This one seems a little crunchy.
I screwed it in.
You did?
Yeah.
Is Bamboo Labs the pinpoint of 3D printing? Yes.
The
I mean,
In my opinion.
They make really good 3D printers, although there are lots of companies coming out with good 3D printers now, and they're definitely getting a lot of affordable.
Like Prusa XLs are nice.
Yeah, they're not the most
P1Ss
affordable,
are
but
nice. I've heard that Polymaker's coming out with a new one.
Okay.
I do know that Project Peacock had a Polymaker that is. It looks comparable to a P1S. You have an Ender. How do you have an Ender 3 that's still running?
I have an Ender 3 that still works.
yeah.
Well, it's an S1.
I have an Ender 3 V1.
Really?
Yeah.
An
Dang.
Ender 3.
Yeah, I have an Ender 3 with the non.
You must have
meanwhile
taken
power
care
supply.
about that. You must have taken care of that.
An Ender 3.
Yeah, there's
is
not a lot.
It's a project.
It's a
like
project.
It's a legitimate 3D printer.
It's a good 3D printer.
Oh, yeah,
but
I think you have the wrong size bearing in there.
You have to.
Do you have an 8 or a 6?
You have to want to
I don't think.
make a 3D printer work
which
in
one are you
order to
talking
have
about?
fun with an Ender 3.
Well, let me look back. Actually, you might have it.
That one's the same. I just need to pop
Yeah.
this one in.
Okay, that's
There's
why
some-
I
I'm
was
just
wobbling
screwing it in.
So I haven't looked at Enders in a while.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Are there any? I wonder if there's any new ones.
I'm sure Creality is still making printers.
Yeah,
I just haven't
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
Yeah, because it's the Ender 3 is better than the printers that I'm talking about when I first started.
Yeah.
It's-
I take an Ender 3 over.
It's kind of the
gotta-
in between. It's not
I gotta go for a second.
okay. It's usable, but it's not like the super user friendly, fast, as really good printers they have now. But it's definitely a 3D printer that like I wouldn't turn down if someone was giving it to me.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
I wouldn't turn down any 3D
Yeah.
printer if someone gave it to me.
No, I have a. I got a 3D printer that somebody gave to me that that was like obsolete in 2012.
Yeah, if
And-
it uses 2.85 mil filament,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
I'm okay. No thanks.
Yeah, it does, and like
Will you swap that servo out?
yeah, and what it uses for the lead screws is like all thread from the hardware store,
Oh,
and it's made out of laser cut wood,
classic.
and it's kind of in pieces. I kind of just wanted it for the stepper motors and
Yep.
maybe for the control system. Maybe I'll make like a custom CNC machine with it or something.
Oh yeah.
It'll be fun. My Ender 3 is not a whole lot of Ender 3 anymore. I mean, the motion system and the steppers and stuff are original, but I have a different extruder, and it runs Clipper, and most of the time, it has a bed sensor now. I kind of got to the point where I was like done tinkering with it, and then now I 3D print stuff like once a month probably. Every once in a while, somebody I know will need something 3D printed, and I'll be like, I will absolutely trade you for whatever the thing you do is.
So I'm back with information.
Okay.
Creality is making new printers. There's one that looks really similar to a Bamboo P1S. It's called the K1. It looks really cool.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Works right?
Yep.
How about this one? That
Printer
don't
of
feel right.
DCS.
No, I think you're right.
A1s are good. A1s are pretty good. It might be
this.
nice to
It's
switch to an
possible
A1. They're pretty
That's-
fast. AMS Lite, yeah.
How did
I would
do
totally
this
set that
one?
up.
That has both
It's
bearings.
great.
Which direction is the logo supposed to face? Toward the motor? Okay. The strap on this miter gear is backwards. Tiny thing, but that'll mean that it pushes this gear out a little bit further. So if you'll take this off, take
Okay.
this gear off, and then so there's a logo on that that needs to face toward
I
the
did
motor.
not catch that.
It's a tiny thing, and it just means there's a direction of a built-in shim.
Yeah, you can tell that this one's a little bit old.
Yeah. Okay, what was I doing?
You can tell we have spent a lot of time at Bridge Creek, pretty much because they have a full field.
Yeah.
They have room for a full field. They have a one of those. They have a really old dual mode servo, and it doesn't say what kind it is. It just says dual mode on it.
From when we had one.
Yeah.
Yep. There is one that is probably one step older, which had brass gears. So there's the torque servo is the 2000-0025-0002. There was a 2000-25-1 that predates
Really?
all of it. We discontinued those shortly after I started working here, so they are rare find.
Do K1s? So you said your friends got a K1 and a K1 Max.
So I just gotta flip
Is
these
that like a
around.
P1P
this piece of
and a
steel
P1S?
flips around 180 degrees. So you can unscrew it and then you can flip that around. There should be a little semicircle that matches this on this side.
Okay.
So, is there like some crazy thing that just happened?
I gotta flippy dippy this thing around because.
Oh yeah, because there's like divots for the screw.
Yeah.
Are you guys going for
Ah,
adjustable
yep.
targeting
No
on the
wonder.
shooter at all, or just hard coding it for far launch zone? I think we will probably have to. I bet we'll probably have a close and a far launch velocity, but I bet that's going
This
to
one
be
seemed a
all that
little
we'll do
grindy.
I
right
think I
now.
gotta flip that one around too. Let me see.
Yeah, and programming, it's going to be like, this season is going to be a lot of programming.
Do that feel the same?
Programming is always something
Yeah, take
that
that one off, please.
once you get
Much appreciated.
that, you just have to work on through the season.
Yeah, that
Wait,
would be
I'm
a
the
great
team
way to
captain.
improve a robot based on this robot.
Personally, I love the team captain jokes because team captains basically all they do is pick the teams at finals.
I mean,
Yeah.
it depends on the structure of your team too. Like
Yeah.
some teams, the team captain does
Like
more
actually
than others.
orchestrate stuff.
And some teams, the team captain basically doesn't do any more in the planning than anybody else.
That's how it is for our team. All of us are basically equal.
It's
Yeah.
fun to go up to the alliance selection, though.
Yeah.
And if something crazy happens, you can make a call real quick.
Yeah.
Either by making a decision or by calling somebody on the phone. All right, I added a plate here because the servo blocks are inside of channel parts.
Having to unscrew this by hand.
That
What do
puts
you
them
need
Oh, dang
on
it. No,
pattern,
I'm
which
good.
will be nice for this chain run here.
No, it's actually the same. This one was actually
Oh.
fine. It's just weirdly
What?
grindy.
You might, so if you already have that
Everything's
off,
falling
you might
apart.
take out one of the shims on the motor side.
this one?
Oh yeah, that one might be different.
I don't know.
You can tell
Can't
based
quite
on
tell.
the direction of the logo on
Okay,
the
well this
strap.
it does feel better.
That is correct, though. So if this one was bad, you might take this off and then remove one of the two shims there. That
Okay.
creates just a little bit more space and makes everything run just a little bit better.
I gotta go grab a drink. My throat's.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, that feels like it's supposed to be like that.
That makes sense. Yep, that's an easy one to miss. I also only caught that because I designed that part.
Oh wow.
So it's like, oh hey, I
That's
know
good.
I know that thing.
I would have never caught that. I genuinely would have never even looked.
Yep.
It's just so specific.
It's very specific to that part for sure. Oh, this is annoying. Oh.
Okay. Where'd that come from? It came from the screw, and the screw's right there, so we didn't lose anything.
Sweet. I think we're pretty close on this too. I have the first servo mounted, and I've got the chain set up for it. I'm just gonna install it quick.
Okay.
And then I think I just need to do the mount the other servo and install the other piece of chain. And I think we would be ready to reinstall this on the robot just kind of depending on when we want to implement our diverter mechanism. So if we know exactly the geometry and how we want the diverter servo to work, then it would be nice to do it now, but we might put this back on the robot and then get a feel for like where we should put that servo and what it should look like. Perfect. Okay.
I still don't know where this bearing came from, and I sure
It
hope.
probably was just hanging out on the table anyway.
Okay. I
Dang.
hope so, because I hope nothing catches fire, because it's not in there.
We'll find out.
So someone asked, do I need to use the quad block when when mounting the motor vertically?
You need some kind of spacer.
4 years ago, my team had my school had 6 teams. Now we barely got to 3 members each.
Wow.
That's always tough.
Yeah.
It's
Did you get that
yeah.
one?
Especially for school teams.
There can be an ebb and flow. I'd
Max.
say go and make it loud in your school. Like
Yeah.
one thing when I was on a school team, we like just set up on a club day and had robots outside driving, and you could come and see what we were up to and say, hey, this is the thing for me, or no, this is not something that's really exciting.
So the Max is just a bigger version of the K1. That's interesting. Like bigger print bed. Huh. FTC not having pick timers is very funny. What's
Oh, yeah.
a pick timer?
So FRC has this, I think as of fairly recently, like there is a timer that counts down that says when you need to make your selection for your alliance partner.
Really?
Honestly, I think this is probably just I bet FTC doesn't have it because FTC teams generally, I think, have less mentor involvement. I say this like it's controversial. That's a very established thing. FTC teams have less mentor involvement, and I think that means that a lot of times the student who's up there is probably also the student who's making the decision about who they pick. It's also probably because second picks matter less, and less time goes into scouting in FTC than FRC. Especially now, like when you're picking one team for everything but Worlds and Premier events, it's pretty easy to say, here's my tier list, I know exactly who I'm going to pick.
Yeah.
And these feel a little bit different than I normally feel wheels, but I think that's just because we used 435s and these are 312s. So.
Yeah.
And we also like had a lot of that white lithium grease.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like it was so
would
much
say-
to the point of which it was like falling off.
Well, not that much.
If you
One-sided.
if you guys have a couple minutes, if you would remove this and then take one of the shims out of this one too, that'll
Yeah.
run better with that.
Yeah.
Actually, will you just loosen all 4 screws on the pinch bolts for the miters and see if it runs any smoother? That one should run smoother than that. This is coming together.
Starting to look nice.
This is starting to look like a robot. And then
I think it actually looks less like a robot.
well, okay.
It is in half.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's running a lot smoother.
Okay. So you might just try to tighten those again and try to take special care and that they are tightened pretty evenly.
Yeah. Maybe not tighten them like super duper hard.
Yeah.
Just like firmly tightened.
It's also possible that like the one on the motor, if you tightened it before you installed it, maybe it just needed slid back a little bit.
Okay, yeah,
That's
it's fine
better.
now.
Perfect. Okay, so then these servos are installed. The shafts that run the boot wheels are installed. We might still have to tear this apart one more time. I could see a world where we should have a spacer in between the boot wheels that are driven by the same shaft, by the same motor as the general intake. But this is a pretty good place to do more testing, at least.
Our teachers don't know anything. We had to learn basically it all ourselves. That's dang.
That's it can be kind of fun though.
Yeah.
Like that is a valid experience in FTC, and it can be a good experience. It can be fun.
Yeah. It matters way less with 2-team alliances. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, you just have less. There's less complexity to picking. in
DECODE
2-team
is a
alliances.
great season for recruitment at outreach events. A robot that
Yeah.
shoots balls is an easy eye catcher and can get kids interested in robotics. That is
Absolutely.
honestly so true.
Yeah. I feel like when you're just like moving blocks around, that's less interesting. Like I feel when you want
Balls
to
are
get
cool too, though.
when you want to get kids interested in robotics, first thing they're gonna want to be like fighting, but I feel like the second thing that they're
That's-
gonna want
yeah.
is to be shooting something.
Everybody, when I tell people that I do robotics, the first thing they ask isn't, "Oh, that's cool. What's your role on the team?" It's always, "Oh, like battle bots?"
Yeah. So my response to that is, kind of. That is my favorite TV show, but I'm normally a referee, so my job is actually to make them so that they can't fight each other.
Yeah.
I like give them the red cards and stuff, and everybody's like, that makes sense, I guess.
Were you at Michiana?
I was at Michiana, but just manning the go build a booth.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so this as a secondary spur mechanism is pretty far together.
Yeah.
The next thing that we need to figure out is our diverter servo. So it could probably be up here. It might be better to be in the drivetrain though. We don't have a lot of space on the top half of this.
And like honestly, you could just like mount a servo frame
I
right
think that's
there,
gonna
and
work
it would,
easier.
It would fit.
Okay, let's take a sec and clean up some stuff, and then we'll put this robot back together.
Have you guys at Go Build ever seen adapters for the slides to ultraplanetary motors? Oh, gotta go. Check in when you're finished tomorrow. Thank you, Ducky. I loved your comments. See you tomorrow.
Slide that over this way.
Well, not see you tomorrow, but
They'll
Yeah,
see us
kind of see you tomorrow.
They'll see-
You'll
yeah,
see
they'll
us tomorrow.
I like it.
They're in Great Britain, right? So that's like nighttime, right?
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably, is it 11 or midnight there? It's definitely
Yeah, I think
late.
so. Adapters for the slides to ultraplanetary motors is
a robot.
interesting.
That's a robot.
That's a robot. Is that a robot?
That's a
Yeah,
robot.
it's gonna
Robot.
have
That's a
four
robot.
11 mil screws. Or 12 mil screws?
4,
Yeah. 8, I guess.
8,
That works.
1, 2,
A bunch works.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
I like robot.
8.
I like robot. So, yeah, we need a diverter, and we need a control system and code.
Yeah.
And ideally, this robot works.
Yeah.
Just 4 big things. But we have 4 hours, which is pretty good.
4 big things is less than 5 big things.
That's such a great point. That is such a good perspective. I like it.
And 4 hours is more than 3 hours.
4 hours is more than
Exactly.
3 hours.
Yeah.
Basically 1 hour, one thing.
Yeah, that's doable.
Unless we're like absolutely locked in, and then it's like
And then,
45 minutes. Per thing.
yeah, I think that's doable.
45 minutes for all of the things.
Ooh.
I
Then you
think
get to drive the robot for 3 hours.
driver practice for all the competitions this robot's going to go to. As long as I'm free that weekend, I think I'm going to take this robot down to, it's not Tinkerfest anymore, but whatever Tinkerfest used to be.
Yeah.
Or whatever Tinkerfest is now in
Wait, do we have to
Oklahoma.
take the motors off?
Where? Which motors?
The wheel?
Or is that?
We
no,
left
they're
the dual
connected.
blocks.
Okay, okay.
So
that's,
it's-
that's so nice.
Yep, we left the dual blocks on the chassis.
That's a good tip for
good
like
planning.
always think of ways that you don't have to take out your motors.
Sam,
Yeah.
What?
why didn't we just do that?
I don't know. We had some modifications that you
We
couldn't
had
really do.
so to
Hindsight's 2020.
to fix our slide, our specimen slide, we had to take the motors out every single time.
Hey, you got fast at it, you know? Like NASCAR.
Yeah. We had to take the wheels off, the motors off. We ended up started using power, like a legit DeWalt drill.
Yep.
Still took a little bit though.
We have some like screwdriver, like a DeWalt, like a 12-volt screwdriver that we do use around here. A pretty good amount. That is starting to look like a robot.
Ruby said 6, 7. That's so real.
Yeah, I think
I believe you.
I think a big thing, just a philosophy when you're like building is just when you realize how you're gonna have to do something, put something together, like it's gonna involve taking out like all the motors or something like that, instead of just being like, I have to take all the motors out, just do it. You know, just start.
Just do it.
Instead of complaining, just like if you start on it,
It's honestly a lot better if you just
if you start on something earlier, you get it done faster.
if you just do it and
Don't think about it.
Yeah, and it honestly goes faster than you think it will if you just do it.
Pro tip.
Wow.
If you get something done
a robot.
faster, you're
Okay.
done with something
I love
faster.
So the next thing is the diverter. I think that honestly, I think that's it. I think it's a servo on like a servo block right here, and then it just has an arm on it that pivots.
Yeah.
Like I think that's
It could
going to be
even just
really easy.
Just be a bar or something.
Yeah, I think that's going to be so doable.
Do you think we should start out with a torque servo or torque servo, and then I mean I could see that a torque servo would always work, and the only reason you'd switch to a higher, like a faster servo would be if you're tuning performance later, trying to get it to work faster.
Exactly, and I don't think we're not gonna be in that level today.
Yeah.
So torque servo on a compact servo block is gonna be a great way to do that.
So Ruby, the tier list you made is subjective.
For the vendors, I won't weigh in there. I appreciate it.
It depends on what you need your robot to do. Like, the Rev system is so much different than any of the other systems. You really can't compare them.
Yeah.
And, like, there's good things about, like, the Rev motors, for instance. They have gearboxes that you can modify.
Those are super cool. The swappable, the ultraplanetary system is just such a cool solution to the problem.
And
so honestly, like, this is a pretty quick way to do this. Like,
AnyMark has a
servo
wide
frame.
selection of wheels as well.
Yep. Servo frame to this channel, swoop, with this arm with a longer beam on it. I think we're there.
Yeah.
Do you want to get that guy assembled?
Wow.
And then just like
we need to take out this L.
I think we'll be able to keep that.
You're
there.
gonna want to get
We might need to
washers.
change
What
the
shims are
thing
they?
that it's
Are they-
attached
They're
to.
just normal washers. I imagine they're over here somewhere. They're
Yeah,
not
they're
those
in one of the
ones.
bins.
Are they like the 0.5?
There's one of the in the pull-out drawers to your left. You got him. Yep. What were you asking? Sorry.
Aren't they like 0.5 millimeters typically?
The washer.
Yeah.
Our washers are 1 mil thick.
Okay.
They're just kind of the standard washer. You use them all the time in like screwing into plastic or just like
Yep.
if you want a wider.
Shouldn't I use
footprint.
like 8s for these?
8s is the right length screw. Yes.
I think they
They're
were
over
put
there.
back.
I mean, I like hubs here. Like, I think that's a pretty good place
mine.
for them to sit.
Yeah.
I mean, if these are just like here and here, right? That's perfect.
That's fits.
Yeah.
That's sweet. It's gonna be easy to wire. The drivetrain, no, because we can just go. The drivetrain motors can just go up through this 14 mil hole, up the inside of this piece of mini low, and then or up maybe the outside of the piece of mini low and outside here.
Yeah.
Perfect. I think see how quick we can wire this robot.
Yeah.
I love
that's the
wiring.
next step.
Wiring is so fun.
When I can spend a little time on it, I love wiring robots.
yeah.
When it has to happen tomorrow, tomorrow in this context is kind of a lot of time. Tomorrow in like a way that
You're gonna have a competition.
yeah,
at 5
when
in the
it has to
morning.
happen immediately. Will you grab me the zip ties? They're in the top left chest of drawers.
And do you think that we'd want to use a zip tie gun?
We sure can. Yeah, you got it. I
Yay.
don't remember. So Project Peacock left me a zip tie gun.
Yeah.
Sam
last
loves
year.
zip tie guns.
I also
don't remember
have
where
one.
it is.
I have one that we could use also.
Totally up to you.
Sam loves zip tie guns.
So I really do like them in a lot of ways. The only thing is that they don't get the end of the zip tie doesn't end up being very flush. At least in the one I have.
The one I've used gets it pretty flush.
Okay, maybe that's just the specific one I have.
I don't know the one about Sam. Can we use 2 control hubs in a robot or only one?
I believe it's
one
only one
control hub
and then one expansion
and then one
hub.
expansion hub.
What's the difference between 1 and 2?
So one of them
hub-
is like brain, and
Yep.
the other one is like brain but no think.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty slick. So the expansion, they're the same overall form factor, and they have the same like external capabilities. So an expansion hub can control motors, it controls servos, it can read sensors.
It's like
but
more
it doesn't
ports.
have the actual. There's another board that sits on top of it inside this case that actually runs Android that you can use to push code to. So this can't store any robot code. It can't run a robot code. You can't connect to it, but it can control motors.
Okay.
So we'll connect this. We'll connect these two together with this RS485 wire, which lets it communicate serially, like over a digital communication. And then when we give this code, it can control the ports on the expansion hub as well.
And I've actually never used this zip tie gun before, so I don't know how this particular one will work. But
Okay.
We'll find out.
I just bought it.
Okay, I got the servo on here.
Sweet. And then there's a servo arm there. And then there is this U-beam. I think that's going to be a pretty good option for the actual diverter. It feels like it's going to be pretty rigid.
This one, is there
That's not too bad.
servo screws anywhere?
There should be one in. Do you have a servo bag right in front of you?
Oh,
There will be one in there.
Yeah, I think that the one at Bridge Creek cuts them flusher than this one.
Okay, that's pretty on par
Also,
with
the
what
one
I
at
had.
Bridge Creek is metal, fully metal. Except like a piece of
and
the
it's
handle.
red.
Metal.
I like metal.
I think my dad said that they have ones at his work that are like the handles are they're like cast metal. Like the handles have like grip shapes in those.
That's
so,
cool.
viewers, you'll notice we're mentioning Bridge Creek a lot. They're one of our biggest helps this last season.
We're almost kind of sister teams, but we're also
We spend so much time there, we might as well be.
but we're not like through the same organization or anything.
They're a school team.
They kind of like last season they invited us over to like have some like mentoring sessions and stuff, and then we ended up like actually competing on like a almost similar level to them, and we actually like ended up like pairing up at the league tournament and finals, and it's really we really owe a lot to them.
Speaking as a team who's kind of been in that, like when I was on an FCC team, we were in that role sometimes where you mentor another team. It's also handy to be able to say like, hey, this is exactly what it would be awesome if you guys did for you to be our alliance partner. And then you have a team you've practiced with that you know your autonomouses work. There's definitely some advantage to being that guiding force for another team.
Do you have nuts over there?
No. They're on the wall again. Do you see the 10mm button head screws to the left of the boot wheels up there? Up, one to the right of that. There's the lock nuts.
Yeah, and this season I think with the way the autonomouses work, it'll be really hard for two robots to do stuff at the same time.
Yeah.
So you may see like most of the time only one robot running, but then occasionally like maybe at finals, two sister teams get paired together, and they have like autonomous that like two autonomouses that work seamlessly together. And
So someone in the comments is surprised we're zip tying the hub in. The hub actually comes with zip ties to mount it.
It's basically
okay. I like the zip ties anyway, as they're a pretty good solution.
Yeah.
Here they work. They line up with the go build pattern, so you definitely could use like a self-tapping screw, or you could drill them out to 4 mil. Zip ties are also like really perfectly adequate in my opinion.
Yeah. For mounting electronics, they're not really structural, so you just need them to stay there. So a lot of times zip ties are sufficient.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a regular wrench anywhere?
If there would be one, it would be in that bin you were looking at.
Yeah, I didn't see one.
Okay.
I might as well just use like actually I'll probably just,
I have the pliers, if that helps.
actually that would be really useful.
I think these Nip-X pliers would work.
Yeah, thanks.
That's one of the reasons I carry them when I'm building robots at work. Okay, this is the left side, so it's going to go in 0. One of the things I like to do when I'm wiring robots is having rules for them. So like here I know that a motor that's on the left side of the robot should go in a higher number port than a motor on the right side of the robot.
Oh, thank you.
We've also, like, sometimes if you have like a label maker, labeling both ends of wire, there are or even like if you have a whole bunch of colors of zip ties, having color coding and stuff, like there's tons of tricks to make wire management better that can really help.
Yeah, and, like,
it's a good thing to invest a little bit of time into, because like that can really help you on later out if you need to rewire something quick, or just also to make your robot a lot neater.
Okay, I'm holding it tight.
Yeah, that's anything you can do to make the wiring just make sense. TM is worth it. Like
I'm gonna do a new one.
unquestionably. But if you can't do that, it also works pretty well to say like, okay, I'm gonna always put my front left drive motor. That should always go in my port 0.
Is that going to fit?
Yep, you're good. Perfect.
No, I don't think.
Where do you need it?
It's interesting to look at how this
I
works.
need it in this hole.
Okay.
It's actually quite a clever mechanism. It just has
Yeah, it's interesting.
a little thing that flips up when it hits the front, but it can flip back and has these little sort of barb things to catch the zip tie and then pull it. And then like, I guess when the tension gets great enough, that like bends something that lifts up the little or pulls down that little cutter thing, and it cuts the zip tie.
So someone had a valid question. Why gecko wheels instead of finger wheels like surgical tubing for the intake? And the reason why is interesting.
Yeah, my favorite, the way I like to think about them is with a wheel, the second you start making contact with that ball, you are making good contact with it. Like you can catch the ball and it will for sure pull it in. With fingers that can kind of stick out, it's very possible that you hit the ball on the very edge of that finger, and instead of pulling it in, it might bat it away. Depends a lot on like the geometry, how tall are the fingers, how long are they. But I like wheels for ball intakes because they just seem like they're a lot more touch it and own it. You are a lot more confident that once you come into contact with it, you can stay controlling it.
Okay,
So
I made a
here,
mistake.
I'm going to put my mechanism motors on the control hub, and I'm putting my drive motors on my expansion hub.
Can you hold this again?
Yes.
I need to undo it.
Okay, so here's a moment that we can make a decision. It's
you actually on
5:15. We can rebuild this intake so that we can make
gotta
both
use
of
a
these
different
longer,
iron.
and
That
we
one's,
can
like,
run a
really
support
creepy.
across. That's going to make it stronger, because right now there's a little bit of flex to it.
That one's older. I
It's
think it's
fine.
more rubbery.
I feel like it's kind of fine, and
Okay.
we want to make like that's
Let's put standoffs here, and that'll help a lot. Yeah, I think that's good.
I have that song.
Okay, so I'm just
and
gonna
it looks like we're going to be taking the front wheels off again.
I don't know that we necessarily have to. Will you pass me one of those adapters that has a white connect? Yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay. I'm honestly kind of impressed we're using 7 motors. This is a pretty low motor usage game, so
Yeah.
I'm kind of happy that we ended up with as many actuators as we have. You probably could do this with 6 pretty consistently,
Yeah.
but I like it.
Yeah, like last season, it was a lot of like everything that you could do with a servo, you did it with a servo, because a lot of teams ended up with like multiple sets of slides and possibly
Yeah.
an arm joint.
Yeah.
So, like you saw most intakes running off of servos and stuff, but it's interesting because intakes running off of motors can be like so much more powerful and fast.
It's great. Like this intake is so fast. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's really a blast. If you haven't seen it yet, I'm excited. Like, it just, you blink and you miss it, and the element is ready to be launched. Basically, it's sweet.
Yeah.
Not that there's going to be very many opportunities where you can do that turnaround so fast, but there will definitely be times where it works. This is such a. It's every time I like go to put another manage another wire on this robot, I'm like, oh man, I could do this the nice way that's gonna get all of the wires out of the way, but it's gonna take 5 more minutes. Or I can just put it right here real fast. Like, I really want to make it super nice, but the best option is let's put it here real fast.
Is that right?
It doesn't mean I can't spend a little bit more time with it though. I'm gonna put one more just to catch the end of that piece. Oh man, I messed up my super nice stack of wires. When I have like a bundle like this, I really like to try to stack all of the wires on top of each other. It looks nicer. I didn't quite get that perfect though.
Taking it apart again.
That's okay.
Okay, that's nice.
I should have
and
figured that
in
if it didn't
place.
fit the first time, it wouldn't fit the second time, but
Classic. Okay, and then I'm gonna need 2 more adapters at some point, and I'm gonna need some encoder wires, but I'm okay right now.
Yeah.
what base points are you guys aiming for? Because I feel like people aren't using an actuator on both L side of the bot to push down with a slate for balance, and the alliance button is just slide under.
I don't know that we're aiming for specific base points right now at all, honestly.
Yeah, just basically just parking.
Yeah. It's possible that'll change
That's absolutely
at
how
some
it needs
point
to be,
soon.
right?
But
Yes, this is actually how it needs to be, and I think I can.
I
think
bet
can
we
get
will
myself
just
this time.
say we can do a full park. But since this robot is pretty big, it's not going to be trivial.
How did I get it wrong
Yeah.
again?
One thing I just noticed one difference between this zip tie gun and the one at Bridge Creek is the one at Bridge Creek has a tendency when you pull it to launch the little part of the zip tie that you cut off like across the room.
That's a feature.
You're like, now you don't
So-
have to throw it away.
So like the idea of it like staying in it until you let go seems kind of weird to me. Like
It's very
like
nice.
I feel like something should be flying across the room.
Yeah.
I think this can still run a little bit nicer. Yeah, I'm gonna steal a spacer from this real fast.
Can I have a one of those closed-ended wrenches if someone has one?
What do you need?
A closed-ended wrench.
Where do those go? We just had those.
The nut drivers?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
nut
have one over here.
Where do those go?
I
I just saw those things.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess they're under something.
That makes sense.
I just found that spacer we lost like on day one.
Oh, wow. Fascinating. We should throw that in.
Okay, the classic way to get this spacer out, which is turn the robot. Oh,
So you know how I said I was definitely sure this is how it was gonna go.
Oh, that's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. No, we're just kidding.
Like legitimately
Just
won't
weld
work.
it. You know.
what?
I used too long of a screw. I knew I should use like 8s or 10s or 11s
Just
instead
like
of 12s.
Friction weld.
I could have used literally anything other than 12s and I would have been probably fine.
Just rotate it really fast. It fuses with itself.
That is probably not optimal.
Yeah, I think that would be hard to replicate here. It is a fun thought experiment that I do sometimes to say like, what would this FTC robot look like if I could use any technique? If I could build this in any way I could imagine, what changes? I think that's a fun thing to consider.
Yeah. You know how if you ever seen like certain types of fences like rabbit wire and stuff, they have wires running one way and wires running the other way, and they just like lay the wires on top of each other and like run electricity and they fuse.
That's cool.
But well, I always thought it would be really funny if you screwed your whole robot together and just like ran electricity through your robot and like all your channels just fused together.
That's so cool. And then you could unscrew everything.
Yeah, and then it's just held together by like that little weld.
If you're okay building your robot exactly one time and never need to change it, then that would be pretty slick.
Or just cast your entire drivetrain in one piece. Like, I feel like there may be better ways to do it than that.
I feel like casting your entire drivetrain in one piece might be a little overkill.
Yeah.
What?
It won't fall apart.
Yeah?
Or at least something went really wrong if it did.
There we go. That's a lot slicker. You could feel that just like moving the robot, so I like getting that nice and spinning nice. That's pretty good. Okay, cool. And then I'm also installing grommets in the channels where I'm going to run wires through them, just so that I don't like slice up the sides of the wire as I run it through the hole in the channel.
Yeah.
So we've got some rubber grommets here that I'm installing just in the ends.
Always good to check your wiring and make sure there aren't any like points where something's rubbing on it or slicing through it, so you don't like in the middle of a match like have something move on your robot and it just slices through one of your wires and something stops working.
Yep.
Is there a specific code that your team will be using that you could feel like you can share and discuss here?
We will. We haven't written the code yet, but we will write the code on stream and we will share it after.
I've heard about people doing that with carbon fiber. That's interesting. Hopefully this will work.
Maybe this will be it.
Finally, I got it right.
Sometimes it's just a little more trial and error.
5 different times.
That's 5 times.
this
It
can
could
go-
have exploded, but you fixed it.
Up the inside here.
Redo that thing. Redo servo mount. 5 of them.
So right front, I'm gonna do 1. And then this will be 3.
Ethan, I think your computer's going dead.
Oh, there's a charger right there.
I'm like so blind. There it is.
It's hiding.
Yeah, I noticed it's on power saver mode.
Good catch. Thanks.
Wouldn't want the chat to go on red.
Yeah.
Okay, I finally got this done. It's probably not in the orientation you would have thought it would be.
That's
Okay.
basically what I was imagining,
But-
right?
Hey John, can I have 2 bullet to JSTVH adapters, and then there is one 150 mil encoder wire that's on the others. The starter bot with mechanisms over there, and then I need 1 more of those. Yes.
And in this position, we'll probably want the servo to be set to like 0.5.
Yes.
So
Yep.
that's all. That's something, but that's just taking the screw out and like moving it on the spline.
And remember, the Go Builder servos, I'm pretty sure they don't have the same range of motion as Axons do.
Yeah.
Correct.
So-
It's a little different.
Yeah.
We'll still have plenty. We'll have 300 degrees.
300?
Yeah.
That's not that far off.
No, I think an Axon's 360 or 355 probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 355.5. But on the programmer it says 255. So there's like it gets a little off somewhere.
I'm sure that they hold like that is the maximum size of the like data that they use to store the rotation.
Yeah.
Like it's a 8-bit integer, and like,
Yeah, like
it's,
the
you would
slider
describe
can't
that
go
as
past
0
that.
to 255.
Yeah, the slider can't go past that probably.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'm sure that's how they like describe that in the servo firmware, and it just maps whatever range it is to 0 to 255. I think that's an 8-bit integer.
Will there ever be a Go Builder programmer that's similar to the Axon one?
If there will be, it's too far out to talk about right now.
Yeah.
And other non-answers at 8.
I was just looking for shaft colors, but it
Sweet.
appears they have been discontinued. Use Sonic Hubs instead.
What was it?
I was just looking for shaft collars, but it appears they have been discontinued. Use Sonic Hubs instead.
I don't believe that we would have discontinued any of our Sonic, we may have discontinued like a specific collar, but we do have options for, I think, all of the shafts that we support. We have collars for them, so it may have just changed the part number. If you have a specific shaft size that you're looking for, let me know and I can give you the part number. This is just wiring robots.
It looks so robotic.
It looks so robot.
Yeah. I feel like adding the electronics is one of the big things to make it actually start looking like a robot.
Yeah.
Yep. There's a battery mount over there. We will need to put our battery somewhere.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's probably right in the middle of the back of the robot. Like, it's probably right
That's
here.
what I was
Yeah.
gonna say.
I think that's going to work pretty well. I think I was going to say have you guys work on it, but I kind of want to finish wiring it real quick and then have you guys jump on that. That will be, I think that's going to be a lot more productive. This is the only task that we have routinely done outside of the actual working time on Robot in 3 days is wire the robot. And chances are I will probably rewire this robot just because it's nice to spend a little bit more time.
They're looking for 8mm racks.
So you have 2 options. Okay, I'm pretty sure that your first option is a clamping collar, and that is a 2910 0 let's see here, 0819 4008. I'll double check. Actually, Gage, you want to find that on the website and put a link in the chat?
Yes.
The clamping collar, and there's a set
Actually,
screw collar.
whoever's on the other side of the
Perfect.
GoBuilda just sent that.
Perfect. Okay.
The link to it.
Is it so? The set screw one, I'm pretty sure, is 2920-0001-4008.
They said they found it.
The clamping collar.
The person asking said they found it.
Perfect.
So.
Yeah, it's in motion, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Motion is honestly one of the most interesting parts of the GoBuilda website.
There's lots of parts there,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna cut a couple of these at least that are I don't want a ton of tension on.
Yay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and then that one I probably want to cut too. That's
Okay,
a
here
weird
are
way
these-
to wire it, but it works.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Sweet. And then is there 2 encoder wires?
There is one encoder wire.
Okay, I'll steal that one at least. Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Thanks.
gonna, so, I don't know, we're definitely gonna want encoder wires on the launcher and possibly the intake.
I should have installed this sooner.
And depending on what we're planning on doing for the wheels, I guess, as if we're planning on, like, I don't think you need the encoders on the motors for, like, if you're using odometry, but
Correct.
you would probably if you're wanting to make it do as best as you can, like with just without odometry, you'd probably want encoders on the wheels.
Yep. So our StarterBot Autonomous uses drive encoders. It does it on a skid steer, which is a little bit better than Mecanum's for that, but it works pretty well. You can't drive a long distance and then repeatedly end up at the right place, but you can go pretty far. All right, that's the first half of that. I have to do 2 more drive motors, which have to go all the way to the other side of the robot. Where is the easiest way to route that? I mean, one way is to go up here and then down and then over. I just don't know if I have enough length. If I have enough wire without running extensions. I could definitely run it. Like, extensions would work perfectly fine here. But I feel like we have enough wire length to not need them, so I would like to avoid it. We'll just see quick. I have the front motor for what it's worth. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I'm probably just gonna have to run extensions. I can't think of another way to do that. I mean, I could go through the crossbar and then through this and then up the same path, but I think that's gonna be just as long. And this is an easier route to take. I might be able to go down outside and then up. Let's just do the one that's faster and is uglier. That's fine. The wiring does not have to look perfect for robot in 3 days. Especially if it means we can start driving this robot soon. I think so. There's some discussion about how you should control your motors, like what control method you should use when you're running 2 launcher motors. I'm honestly of the opinion that you would be fine to run them both with set velocity. I'm going to grab 2 more wires. I know exactly where they are, so I'm going to be right back.
Okay. Hello, Baron. What RPM is the intake spinning? The intake spinning at isn't it 11? 1150. Yeah, 1150. So the it's the flywheel that's spinning at 6,000 RPM.
Yeah.
Not the intake. The intake's 1150. And also the flywheel is probably not going to ever go to a full 6,000 RPMs in a match. So
Shoop. Shoop. All right, we have some bullet extensions, which will let us run these all the way over to our expansion hub. We probably could have made this work with no bullet extensions if I had plugged these into the control hub instead. And I am okay with the consequences of that action. I accept that.
Am I muted? No.
Couple of extensions is not a big deal.
Our wiring was like kind of a mess, but not really. It's
On which robot?
Into the Deep.
Okay.
Only other one.
I remember.
Yeah, it was like,
It wasn't
It
bad. It
didn't
wasn't
look
bad.
yeah, I mean,
You have to have worked on the robot for a while to know where everything was.
yeah.
That's fair.
I mean, I've definitely seen worse.
I've seen worse as well.
Yeah.
That's a low bar,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
What are your plans for programming?
Android Studio?
Yeah.
The plans for programming are we're going to take we have the starter kit code. We have the starter kit bot, the kit bot that includes Mecanum wheels. We're going to start with that code because it has a lot, honestly. It has the Mecanum drive, it has launching, it has some servos that feed it. And then we're just going to have to implement like a button to toggle to turn the intake on and off. And then
Individual launchers.
yeah, individual launchers. That'll be easy though, because we'll just have right bumper, left bumper.
Yeah.
Right now the right bumper launches, so we can just have left bumper launches for the left side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Baron. Pedro pathing's really cool. I really want to implement it in our in one of our robots soon. I'm more familiar with Roadrunner though, so I don't know.
I think it's probably like CAD software, where kind of once you learn one, you can use them all.
yeah.
Once I think you are at least at a pretty good spot to learn Pedro if you already know Roadrunner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The best place to learn Pedro pathing is whenever it's like you need to start the season knowing you're going to use Pedro pathing.
Yeah.
You can't just like learn Pedro pathing like
Right before, like right as soon as you
Right.
start to need to write your
Yeah,
autonomous.
yeah.
Yeah. You should dedicate some time. You should see if you can find a second chassis that if you're a dedicated programmer that your build team doesn't need, and just try to start writing code for a path planner.
Yeah.
I don't have a place for that zip tie. Ah.
Overall, trying to use Pedro pathing like a couple weeks before Worlds probably isn't a good idea.
Probably not. Not that anything we say about that is going to stop anybody from doing that, but
Yeah.
you shouldn't. I also once competed in an FTC, so I understand. If you feel like you can do something that's going to score you more points, it's really, really hard to not do it.
How are you planning on perfecting your aim?
The answer for this robot in 3 days is we're just going to try.
Yeah.
The answer, if you are making a competition robot that emulated some of the ideas that we're showing you, is use an April tag. Use the April tags and have a button. Like when you hit launch, probably just have it refine the heading. So if you need to move a few degrees right, a few degrees left, just click that button, have it refine your heading, and then launch.
Yeah.
That's something that like the starter bot code I think does a good job of showing you how to think about. When the driver clicks a button, you don't necessarily have to immediately move the actuator that they're trying to move. You can instead say they have requested that this thing happen, but before we launch the ball, we need to make sure that the launcher is spun up. If the launcher isn't spun up, don't move the servos to shoot the ball. Start to spin up the launcher and then shoot the ball.
Yeah.
So
Also,
you could do that.
Possibly some indicator lights on the robot.
That's great too. Yep.
Maybe a light for each launcher that like
Yeah.
is red when it's not at full RPM, but once it gets to it, switches to green.
That'd be cool. You could have two indicators, and you could have one set. You could have them each show you the color that's in that chute. That'd be pretty
Yeah.
cool too. All right. I mean, I think everything's plugged in now, except that center servo. I think that the best thing now would be let's see, Sam and Chris, if you'll take over mounting that diverter servo,
Yeah.
try to mount that and make that something that's going to work.
Yeah.
We can start looking at code. I think that's going to be pretty good. But that robot, it has wires that go to the right places. Oh, we'll also have to mount the battery and run the XT30 extensions.
Yeah.
So I hear you already have the battery mount. I'd say just put that in the middle of the back and roll from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to steal a couple, or at least one of these stools.
So, how do we mount this one back?
It looks
Shouldn't
like
it's
it
just
has
straight to-
holes.
Right?
These hex holes are for nuts, so we'll be putting screws
From the
from the
bottom
back.
What
Everyone-
millimeter? How long?
Oh, by
12.
the way, Baron, I did message you about some pager pathing stuff.
4 screws?
Shane, I didn't have my HDMI cable
I mean,
hooked in.
The max, it looks like, would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay.
And I think it's mirrored, so the max would be 16 screws, but I feel like that's overkill, so probably 4.
It's never overkill.
So, in the current version, in the starter bot, the servo that feeds into the launcher runs for a
where
specific
do we
number
need
of
it?
seconds. That's probably going to be about how this works too, where we
Yeah,
run
we'll
that
probably
second stage for some amount.
center it as best as we can.
I think that's pretty reasonable.
So
Run it for 0.2 seconds, whatever. We'll tune that variable to say how long it takes to actually get the ball
as close
from the second stage into the launcher and launch one.
Okay.
That way we could launch them individually.
I think the time might be a little high.
I think it might be too high here. I agree, but that'll be easy to do at some point.
One right
I don't know what our target
here.
velocity is going to be. I'm going to start removing some comments here. I don't know what our target velocity is going to be, but that'll be easy enough to tune as well. Initialize the motors. We also will have, so we have a left feeder and a right feeder, but they do individual things right now.
So left feeder should be.
I think we
The
can keep
same.
calling them, yeah.
They should be. Yeah.
Okay, so
And launcher,
we're going to need to screw that in with Alan,
we
right?
can say left launcher and
So
right
I think
launcher.
it should stay.
Thingy thing. Oh, here's this.
Yeah, it actually shouldn't need it because it has that hex hole.
Okay, okay.
There we go. Left launcher.
And then you have to define
Yeah.
right and left launcher before that too.
Left launcher.
Oh, wrong one.
And for this battery holder,
I think full speed should be. I think full speed's a little high.
So this is
Or is
not
full-
RPM. This is ticks per second.
Oh.
So this is the tuned variable that I have it for the starter bot. So I think we'll just try it and see what happens.
Yeah.
yeah. Last season we had a custom battery holder that looked a lot like this. Was that possibly? Did that possibly provide any inspiration for this product?
I don't. It's possible, but if it did, I didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah.
Sam has designed products that have already existed that he didn't know existed. Like he designed a Spindexer before he knew what one was.
I also
He also designed a virtual 4-bar before he knew what a virtual 4-bar was.
Yeah, I was like, maybe on the end of this arm, if it would be nice for the end effector to be like the same orientation, and maybe if we put a chain
these are too
to the
long.
end, and then like I found out that was a thing.
That's the thing.
It's kind of crazy
think
to
12 is too long, 'cause
invent
it's
something that
sticking
already
out, yeah.
exists without
Oh, yeah, I think
knowing
that
that
we-
it
I think they need to be-
Yeah,
exists.
that's pretty cool.
10s or 11s.
So we have Mechanum drive code here. We need.
Hold on, I'm gonna get some tins.
Yeah, I think 10s.
Okay, I think I started talking about this earlier and I left it. So I really think that the using there's a concern when you're doing when you're having two motors run to a specific position and you use both of their encoders separately and you run two separate PID loops, that you're going to end up with two motors that fight, and that makes
Okay,
a lot of
so
sense to me,
put that in
especially
there.
as you hit the target position.
So you might just want to have it like
You might have
one PID with
Yeah.
two outputs
Yeah.
and one's negative.
For this, since we're setting velocity, I really am not as worried about that. If one motor has a little bit more power applied, it's just going to contribute more of the power to the total. Like, it won't be perfectly balanced, but I don't think they should ever really fight each other. I might be wrong on that, Chad. If you have opinions,
Okay.
let me know. But I'm gonna say I
That
think we
better
will be
out.
able to just run 2 separate PIDs, and it shouldn't be an
Right
issue.
there. There we go. I think I got it now.
Right, launcher, set velocity,
Whoops.
stop.
How many times have I dropped something? Like 10 times?
It's very common in robotics.
What size intake wheel are we using to feed the main launcher?
So we have a 48 mil gecko,
Yeah.
and then the following stages of the intake are 96 millimeter boot wheels.
I like this bar with the little rollers on it. It's just like a rubber, basically a rubber bar, which just seems really weird for a Go Build a product.
It does. Okay, so let's do this. Let's adjust our launch function
Man, this thing's long.
and do.
Oh, it's because it's a different one than the other one. No wonder. I was like, gosh dang, that sure is long.
This is you can design this in a million ways, but let's just do this. Enum.
It's so long, it's so goofy.
Yeah,
launcher
sometimes that's
side.
useful.
In this case, it's just goofy.
We have a bit that like goes in, like one of the ones with swappable bit. That's about like this long. We call it the sword.
Oh my
And
gosh.
it's useful like not that often, but occasionally you have a screw that like the only way you can reach it is by inserting it through like multiple holes from like the
Yeah.
entire other side of the robot. And then
Just
it's
can't
really
stop.
useful.
In the 7 cases, it's useful. It's very useful.
Yeah.
I might have done that before.
Launcher side, launcher side. Oh, I guess I don't need. an instance of this.
Robot.
Do I?
I think you might.
Oh, this isn't gonna work because I'm gonna call this function multiple times. If I hit right and left, it will switch the one that we are gonna fire. Is that fine? I could just duplicate this function and say launch left, launch right,
Yeah.
and then it could launch, and then you could call them separately. That's probably fair. I like the idea of having a parameter of the function that says the side we want to launch.
I would honestly prefer a state machine where you just kind of call it,
Yeah.
but that would work.
I think this
Equally
works. I think
well.
I'm going to undo the thing I just did, and I'm just going to make 2 functions. I think every way you slice this will work. It's possible I will change this to make this better before we
Did I put that
release
wrong
this
one?
code, though. So launch left,
No,
we
it doesn't
create...
feel right. No, I did put it in the wrong. Where did I put
up?
it?
Yeah. And then I'm going to have 2 copies of our enum here. We have left launch state and right launch state, just so they can be separate. Private launch state.
So there's actually
right.
stuff in this base code that I've actually never seen used
Yeah,
in the ways
okay.
it's been used before.
Okay.
Like I've never seen anyone do like private CR servo left feeder equals null. I've always just done it private servo.
Okay.
Because if you don't have it declared as null, shouldn't it just be null?
I think so. I think that I'm just following. I think this specifically is
Okay.
following standards
There we
from from first examples. I might be wrong on that. I honestly
that one
don't
with the
have a
shorter
lot
one?
of.
I don't know.
I don't have a.
Is this one of the
particular
cases where
reason
you
why I've
actually
done
need
that.
the long one?
Actually, it might be.
It could be.
I mean, personally, I
really
like to make
funny.
my
We
code
were
as
just
short
talking
as I
about that.
possibly can. Like
Yeah.
I
If we had
I
the long
will,
one, it'd be
like-
the easy way, not really the.
I'll
fast way.
I'll define something and then rename it somewhere else in the code so it's a shorter name.
Left launcher or right launcher. Set velocity. Launcher target velocity. and
Shouldn't it be
then,
negative?
I'm gonna reverse one of them.
Okay.
Oh, not that. I actually don't think I've done that though. So good catch. I think I was gonna run them at full speed.
Is that in the middle?
I think so.
Set mode.
Oh, well,
wait,
zero
it
to
shouldn't be in the middle
here.
because this is offset.
It's
So we need it to
it's
be
in the
offset.
middle compared to this little divider we made.
Okay, good.
I
Then
say
that
left
is the middle,
launcher. I'm gonna
technically.
guess. I'm gonna.
That's
be
as
wrong.
I feel like that it makes sense for it to line up with the divider.
Honestly, considering how long it takes to build using the Wi-Fi function, I might as well just start
Just plug it in.
just plugging it in.
Yeah.
Because I did that once. Well, help. I started.
This looks like
I
the
did that
perfect
when I
length
was
because we can turn it
helping
here and it'll
Team
just make
run
a
for the
ramp.
robots.
and it's like,
And I was
that feels
so
good.
surprised.
Yeah.
It was so incredibly fast
Where do we plug
Yeah.
it
to
in?
build. It was like literally 2
um,
seconds.
it will plug into one of the
nice.
hubs. We're going to need a servo wire extender.
I think we got it.
I think I need 2
got
feed
it.
tuners.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say I'm just gonna need 2. I'm just gonna duplicate all this
they're
stuff.
like kind of more
gotta find a way.
spirally and have a yellow, orange, and black wire.
Oh, there's no. Oh, the S. Okay, I can't spell. This is not the way to do this. I just know it. I feel it in my bones. It's fine. Left feeder timer seconds is more than feed time seconds. Left launch states. Now I set left feeder to 0. So I'm no longer controlling both feeder servos. I'm just controlling the one. We say.
But we have 2
Yeah,
feeder
that's like
servos on
perfect.
each side, right?
Yeah.
We have 1 servo on each side.
Okay.
So-
Wait, that
That's-
might be a problem
Yeah.
because it's.
Good.
I might be wrong, but wouldn't that push both of them up at the same time?
We're only going to control one at a time. But we have, so we have 2 separate ones.
Okay, that makes sense.
So this says
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
we check if a shot was requested. If it was, we we
have a
spin it
trash
up.
can? Like,
We wait for the left
Oh,
launcher
that's
motor to
okay.
be at velocity.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere.
I don't think it matters. We could get both of them, I guess, but they're going to be at the same velocity, so it doesn't matter. We're just going to say we're going to get the
I'm gonna
left
put a trash
one.
pile over here.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna copy and paste this function. I just don't like.
And then you could
I don't
do
want to.
Control R left for right,
I suppose.
and then like just go down the line.
I like the. I want to look at this one piece at a time. Basically, every single one of these lines is gonna get a switch. So this says, okay, we switch the right launch state.
So
If we ask for the shot,
this
it
robot
says
is
that.
actually looking
We
really
said
close
both.
to being done.
So
Shouldn't we have 2
Definitely
different
robot.
booleans for shot requested?
Yeah.
They
What's his
are
name?
privates.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
So it's because it's a parameter for the function, and then when we call this function, we just call gamepad was pressed. So this is a new function that gamepads have for as of 10.2. You can call this, and it'll only return true for when it detects the rising edge of the gamepad signal. So for the second, the one cycle that the gamepad's button goes from unpressed to pressed, it returns true. That's nice because like otherwise there are a lot of times where I said like, hey, I really would like for there, I want to only have this respond once when the user hits a button, and it was annoying to keep writing that over and over. So that was a thing I requested. I said, hey, can we build this into the SDK so that you can just say when this was pressed or when it was released?
Yeah.
So that's nice. Okay, so we set both the launchers. We set the right launcher. I guess we check the right launch. I don't know. It doesn't matter. We set the launch state to launch. We set the right feeder to set full power. We reset the right feeder time, and we set the right launch state. And then we check the right feed timer. We set the right launch state to idle, and we set the right feeder.
So what is idle? Is idle like off?
So it is.
Or is it just like a low RPM?
This is, and Shane, if it works, will you switch to my laptop capture? Okay. So we're going through, this is the function that we have that controls the launcher and the launcher servos. So we have, oh, it is frozen. That's annoying. Anyway, it is in itself is a state machine. So we have an enum that describes 4 different states. We have idle, spin up, launch, and launching. When it's in idle, that's where it is by default. We just wait for the shot requested to come true. So we're going to call this function every single loop. It's always going to check and see. But once we pull this Boolean high, once it's true, we then move into this if statement that says, hey, was this requested? We then set the launch state to spin up. So we said, hey, we need to move on to the next part of the code. And here we set the target velocity for the right and left launcher motors, basically just to make sure they've already been set. If they haven't been set, if they've already been set, we're fine. We're going to keep going. And then this if statement is going to keep checking this to see if we're above our minimum velocity. And once we are, we move on to the state machine. But until we've met our minimum velocity, we're just going to sit here and spin up and keep waiting for us to get up to that speed. Then once we're in the launch, we set the feeder power for that specific side, and then we reset this timer, and then we immediately move on. So we reset a timer that will hold a specific time, and then in launching is the last state of this machine, we continue to check and see if that feeder has, if that timer has met our minimum time, our feed time. Once it has, we turn off that servo and we reset to idle. So
Okay, that makes sense.
this is written so that we can continuously call that function. Every single cycle we can call it, and then it can respond when we actually pull that high or low. Okay, so now we're back up to our actual loop. We have our Mechanum drive. That doesn't change at all. We check gamepad Y. If you hit gamepad Y, we set the target velocity for both of these. If you hit gamepad B, we turn off the launchers. And then we just call our two launch functions. So we're going to call left launch left. Sorry. Launch left, not keft. And then we'll check if the left bumper was pressed. And then launch.
Maybe it should be on the buttons.
I'm good with that. I like the bumpers because you can hit them without moving your fingers off the joysticks.
Yeah.
But especially if we go to two drivers, it would make sense to put them on the bumpers for that. We're just gonna say, left launch state over telemetry, and we'll go left launcher. It looks like our screen capture for our code isn't working. That's fine. You can just listen to me code instead of watch me code. Neither of those things are particularly exciting, so I don't think we're missing up on too much. Launcher velocity. And then right launcher velocity. Okay, I think this code's probably going to work. It's at least going to be something.
Except for the one error.
Except for the error. Left launch state. Right. Not a colon. Okay. Let's give that a shot. So what else? Oh, we need a diverter at some point.
Don't we need to do the configure it in the rev hub as well?
Yeah, we'll have to do the configuration file, and we have to run the power for the rev hubs.
And I don't know if you did it on purpose, but this diverter length is the perfect length.
Awesome.
Really?
I totally just
like literally
yes.
That's
perfect.
so cool.
That's insane.
It's within the right length, within about 1 or 2 millimeters.
That's insane.
That's amazing.
I totally guessed.
Because look,
That's ridiculous. Okay. We can have a second driver, I guess. I kind of want it to be one driver if it's possible.
yeah.
Well, that's an easy thing to change. Let's just make that. I don't know. I don't want that to be the second driver's only job.
Yeah. And I feel like a lot of things in coding, I imagine it's not really that hard to, isn't it just like gamepad 1, gamepad 2?
Yeah, it's easy.
So you're basically changing one number on each action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could make it easily swap it between being one driver or two driver.
Okay. Let's make a new enum quick. Balsa.
I wonder if chat has any good ideas. Do you want me to pull chat up on my phone?
Sure.
Yeah. This season, I don't know, because the thing with one driver versus two driver systems is a one driver system, there's no really problem with communication. You just do everything. But you have to think about everything.
Yeah.
So I feel like one driver systems work out like they take a lot less time to perfect. But with a 2-driver system, you have multiple people thinking about it, so that more stuff can get done simultaneously. It's just harder to perfect. So but once you do take the time to get super practiced at it, like sometimes it can be better because as you have you get to the point where the 2 drivers can just tell what each other are thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
so Baron, yeah, I can tell you love using the 1-character variables. I actually kind of I like looking at the pager pathing files. They're really cool. It's so weirdly intuitive, such to the point that it doesn't make sense if you don't know what you're doing. What size shaft are you using for the intake?
The shaft
Yeah.
is 8mm Rex.
No, the length.
Oh, the length? I don't know.
Is it the 318?
I don't know.
312, sorry.
The intake shaft is probably 264.
That seems that seems familiar.
There's a tape measure here if you want to measure it.
Yeah.
Yes, we're setting up the robot to test it.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it looks like it's 28. It's somewhere. Well, it sticks out flush with the bottom of this gear, so it looks like it's like 200, somewhere close to 290. So that would be 288, maybe.
That
Yeah,
makes
it's the
sense,
288, yeah.
288.
Yeah, we're using the 288.
Oh, look, a screw. I wonder where that came from.
There's tons of screws around here, and they like to get in the little cracks in the floor, kind of.
They do.
They do, yeah.
What made you guys decide to use 2 different launchers? Because we didn't really think that we had enough time to make a full dedicated sorter
Yeah.
in 15 hours.
And we really wanted to try to be able to sort the balls for those motifs, because that's like, I think that a lot of so far what I've seen in like people who've done like robot in 30 hours and stuff, that's the one thing that they have all been lacking.
Yes,
so
it is on
far.
the Go Build a website.
I haven't seen a true sorter yet, although I haven't seen like all of them.
Well, like there's spindexers, and those are kind of sorters.
Yeah, but I haven't seen one I haven't seen a robot that implemented one yet, like fully. But I could see a lot of those in the future.
I like the 2 launchers. It makes it have a charm.
It's like
Yeah, I haven't seen any of them that have used that yet.
it makes this fairly unique.
Are you implementing any CV on your robot? Not today, I don't think. Right?
No, not today.
Yeah. How far do you guys think the robot will shoot from? It can shoot from anywhere,
On the field, basically.
but
It really
we don't
can.
know yet.
Yeah, well,
You just gotta adjust the RPM of the flywheels, and it can basically do anywhere except really up close.
and if
Yeah.
the question is how far, if you could just take the robot outside the field, I don't know. That honestly might be
Or like 20 feet. I don't know.
like
It was shooting pretty far over it
It was.
Yeah.
when we
So-
had it full power.
Yeah.
it probably could do like close to 20 feet.
And it was very, very consistent shooting from the far zone.
Yeah.
Well, consistent when we had it on the right speed.
Yeah.
This is dumb, I think.
Is that a state machine inside of a state machine?
No. It's 2 different ones.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see it now. A prediction. It's hard to tell right now.
What was the question?
How far will it shoot from?
Oh,
I'm thinking
20 feet. I'm saying 20 feet. I don't care.
Yeah.
Like the zones, based
I'm just saying 20 feet.
in my opinion, zones, I think probably far.
I don't know. I don't think that we can really test how far it could shoot maximum in this building. But
Probably pretty far.
Pretty
Yeah.
far. It's pretty far.
I think this is dumb, but I also think it works.
We would need a bigger net on the goal to catch the ball.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Do you guys have? Oh yeah. So the next things we need to wire an extension so that we can plug our battery into the rev hubs.
And we
then
also
an
need a
extension.
servo wire.
Okay. Yeah,
So my phone's kind of low. I'm gonna turn the chat off for a while.
that works.
There isn't anything wrong with multiple state machines. That is true.
Yeah. It's they're on the same function. It's silly.
Yeah,
but it works.
I mean, just what I meant was like state machine inside of a state machine inside of a state machine.
Yeah, that's maybe not ideal.
Yeah.
Oh. What happened?
So
Did we do something wrong?
I don't think you necessarily did.
so we have some trivia right here.
Okay.
So
I think I shouldn't have tightened that Velcro strap. I don't think we can get the Velcro strap off without without taking the mount off. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
So it's more of a fun fact about our team. We're going to explain where our name comes from. And just to recap, our name is the Royal Society of Robotics.
Yeah. So basically, it comes from the Royal Society. I think they were like chemistry. It was quite a long time ago. But basically, back then, as far as chemistry went, they were still going off of like books that were written hundreds of years before that. So they were just treating it as fact without like questioning it. And this group of people all thought, why are we just accepting what a whole bunch of people came up with hundreds of years ago as fact? We should be testing this. And they kind of founded the like more modern chemistry. And that's where like that philosophy of just is questioning what people say and like just the scientific method is one of our core values in the engineering process. Just like not when someone says that wouldn't work, asking why, and that's where our name comes from.
That's sweet. I like that a lot.
So
I feel like a lot of teams don't have as thought through stories for their names.
Yeah.
So we have one more thing.
You can pull the chat back up on my laptop if you
Okay,
want.
yeah. So we have one more thing.
Okay. I left 3 servo extensions over there. There's a 300, a 450, a 600, and 1200.
Yeah.
Whichever one makes the most sense to you. And you can plug that in basically wherever on the hub that it makes sense.
So we have something really cool. So we are doing a shirt giveaway, like a
shirt and like
bag of
a
really
swag
cool,
bag. Kinda.
Yeah.
So it'll be a shirt from your team that's
Yes.
specific for about 3 days, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's cool.
Let me get it out and show it to the camera.
We make sure that like we're really excited when teams come up here and do this. We really love having teams. We don't ask a whole lot from teams, and they just like went and made custom shirts for the robot in 3 days. They're super cool. So this is a specific to DECODE, specific to their team.
It has our
robot in 3 days.
Robot in 3 days logo right here,
So
as well as
you
a
guys
really
have
cool
this. Yeah.
Indiana Jones DECODE back.
So we've got that shirt. So we'll have some swag from your team, and we'll send some Go Build a swag as well. We're going to give away all of that stuff in a grab bag to one person in the chat who I think answers a piece of trivia first. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So the first person to answer correctly.
Yeah.
So-
in the chat, if you do answer correctly, go ahead and shoot us an email to sales@gobuilda.com and let them know that you've won, and send them your shipping address, and we will send all that stuff out to you.
So, the trivia for the giveaway is how many rollers are on one
Grip
Mechanism.
force.
mechanism wheel?
Grip force mechanism, the 104 millimeter, what we have on the robot.
Yep. So whoever sends that in the chat first is the winner.
Yeah.
What's the number of rollers
On a single one.
single mechanism wheel?
Yeah. Okay, so this is my control hub. Underscore 1.
Incorrect. It is not 17. It's not 16.
It's closer.
It's not 12. 11. It is 11.
Okay, who won?
This guy. Sudeep and last name something.
Okay.
It is not 48.
48's funny.
44 is the is correct for all of them on one chassis.
Yeah, like 4 wheels have a total of 44 rollers. Okay, what was I gonna do over here? Oh, I don't think I made an intake. Okay, I have to remember I have not made the intake code or anything like that yet. But I went ahead and added it to the configuration file anyway. So this is gonna be the left feeder and it's on number 5.
And will you want to know what port we're probably plugging this into while
Yeah.
we're at it? I
Yeah.
guess we can probably just pick a port and run it to
Yeah,
it.
let's just do port 0 on the control hub.
Okay.
That's
I like how
the-
it flashes
Yeah.
different colors.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
That is the switcher.
Yeah.
That's what I'm calling that. Okay, so that's all the motors and servos for our control hub. Our expansion hub has left front drive. Left underscore front underscore drive. I occasionally will just get a keyboard and plug it into my driver hub to write all these out. And then I did right underscore front underscore drive. I know there's ways to do this configuration file from your computer. That's definitely nice. And then left back drive, and then this has
So based on the
Right.
chat, it says that Sudeep won.
back drive. Okay, awesome. Yeah, shoot us an email to sales@gobella.com. Let them know that you've won, and we'll get that stuff all sent to you.
Yeah. You can do XML config too.
Yeah. Save. Mac. We're gonna go RI3D. RI3D. Done. RI3D already. I already have an RI3D config file, I guess. DECODE. RI3D. Done. Save. Okay. Hopefully that's correct. And then we'll push some code.
Also, the switcher servo is not plugged in.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's fine.
That's the next.
I also have to write some code to control the intake. I didn't do that.
Shouldn't
Well-
that just be a that would be really simple.
Yeah.
That's just like an if.
Yeah.
Just a simple if-else statement. Like
Exactly.
if gamepad 1A if gamepad 1A
Which way are you trying to go?
power set 1 else
Oh, I see.
sorry, if else, not else if.
Is that the right
Else
way? Yeah.
power 0.
I don't know. I think it might be a little bit. Oh wait, yeah, it will be, because I don't have it all the slack pulled out.
D-pad
Yeah,
down.
Don't you love it when you occasionally
Well,
you,
it actually could be an else if.
Think it's not gonna work, then you pull the
Else,
slack and it works.
else if
perfectly.
B
Or-
is pressed, then reverse power.
we also had it like occasionally
Yeah.
you guess the length of the wire that you need perfectly, like that, like it's like tight but it fits like well, it's not like tight but it's just perfect. It's like so satisfying when you do that.
I've done that before. It's kind of crazy. It's such an amazing feeling.
I think food is about here. So if some of the folks want to go, if a couple of you guys want to go eat, Grease Engage, I think is a really good time. I've got to, well, and then, yeah, we can put code on it and see if it works. We've got some testing to do and some wiring to go. So I think that's a great time, especially because we're going to be pretty close to testing. So
Yeah.
if you guys want to go eat quick, I
I'm
think
gonna
that's
go
great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go eat.
And this
Perfect.
wire isn't completely zip tied. Actually, I think I could probably pull out all the slack and coil it down in the center channel,
Yeah, that's great. Perfect.
but it's not 100% tight.
That works for me. I'm just gonna do and I'm gonna have. I don't know. I'm gonna implement this correctly. It's gonna take like 1 more minute, and then it's gonna be correct. So I'm just gonna do it. It should be a toggle. So the easier way to write this code would be for the intake to turn it on and off by 2 different buttons. If you hit, like, kind of cool. If you hit, for example, A, it turns on, and if you hit B, it turns off. I think the thing that's the more intuitive would be if it's a toggle, if it goes on and then off. So I'm just going to do that again. I already did that for the launcher side, so I'm going to go private enum intake state. And I really could see a world where I go and rewrite some of this, because I'm going to have a better idea for how all this should work after I'm not streaming. So on, off. So if A was pressed, we go switch intake state. If it's on, then we just need to turn it off. And then break, and then if it was off and somebody clicked the button, we need to turn it back off, or turn it back on. Break, and then we need to switch intake state case on intake dot set power 1 break, okay, and then case off intake dot set power 0 break. I have to make the motor for the intake as well, so we'll go private DC motor intake is null. Why are you mad about that? Intake may be final, that's fine. Okay. And then intake equals hardware map dot get DC motor dot class intake. Okay. I think that's going to work. It looks like it'll at least compile. And then we're going to find out. I have no idea if it's going to work, but I think it mostly will. Give us code view. Our code capture is not working right now for some reason, so apologies. that has always been kind of funky for some reason. We have some really nice capture cards that go like right under the PCIe slots on our computer, on our stream PC for the actual camera view, but the laptop is on a USB one and it's flakier. We ran out of PCIe slots on our computer, and honest, like I don't know what it is. We've been streaming for a while here at Cobilda. We've been doing live streams for, I think it'll be 5 or 6 years, at least 5 years. And I've never met a USB capture card that has worked consistently for me. Like we've bought all sorts of them. We've bought like name brand ones, and they're always just a little bit funky. So this one is the one we've had the best luck with, and it still is not perfect. It also is sometimes weird. Like I have a dongle right now, and that dongle might be weird. There's always something. Okay, there we go. We accidentally screwed the battery mount on over the Velcro strap, so we couldn't get the Velcro strap out to capture the battery. Okay. I think 2 screws is going to be good enough for this second. I'm sure we'll add the other 2. Well, I don't know. I think the code's still uploading, so I might as well add the other 2 as long as I have the lock nuts handy, which I do. It would be kind of embarrassing if the battery mount fell off. It wouldn't. It really doesn't need 4 screws, but it's better with it. The 4th screw. I'm really excited to see if the switcher works. I think that's going to be one of the pieces that I'm kind of, honestly, maybe even the least confident in. I think it will work pretty well, but I could see a world where, because everything in that system is pretty grippy, I think it's possible that we'll end up with that not being perfect. Okay, we probably shouldn't run this through the launcher channel. I think my code's uploaded. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and unplug this. I put that in there, so that's my fault. And we'll add a few more zip ties here. I don't really want to have our launcher eat our main power wire. That's probably not the best case scenario for this robot. It does feel kind of precarious for our control hub and our expansion hub to be right here. It's a really convenient place. It's perfectly accessible. But it is a little funny that the ball is going to pass like right over them. I might have to at least manage 1 or 2 of these wires to make sure they're out of the way of the launched elements. That's a little bit of a sticks a little bit out of the way, or in the way, but it'll work for this moment. Okay, and then that just finished restarting. I'm gonna go ahead and pick up this robot. One of my favorite little techniques is setting a robot on 2 pieces of channel, ideally in a way that the wheels don't touch those pieces of channel. It's just like you're putting it up on blocks, and then you can spin all of these motors without worrying as much about the robot driving off the table. Okay, and then I didn't name this file anything different, so it's just going to be one of the copies of starter wrap mechanisms, unless that's the only starter wrap mechanisms I have on here. That's awkward. Okay, and then I don't think I added the launcher to...
Hello. I think my mic's on.
Where did I plug in the launcher? Control hub, port 3.
Yes, my mic's on.
Yeah. Control hub, motors. Nope, no, I'm changing the motor type. I didn't want to do that.
Everything working out okay?
Wait. Yeah, I think I did... Okay. I think I just need to change the name of this file. Decode RI3D.
Is there anything underneath your control and expansion hubs to prevent ESD? I'm not sure what that is.
No, they're just mounted right to the channel. Electrostatic discharge is
okay.
ESD.
We could put a grounding strap on it.
Yeah, I think that would be a good thing here.
How does using the Velcro strap mount compare to press fitting it in a channel?
I like the Velcro strap mount a lot, just because it feels like a very secure way to attach it to the robot. You could totally push it into the channel and then add a Velcro strap, especially if you have some standoffs on either side, and that's another good way to do it. I like how easy this is to take in and put back, take out and put back in. I think it's generally a nice way to work with it, but it's definitely not required.
Yeah, so Baron asked if you always code out loud.
No. No. Sometimes. Most of the time I don't, I think.
The team Loose Screws said, "Careful, Ethan, you don't want to have any loose screws."
Okay, I need to reprogram these servos, but my my code started, which is a huge first step, I think. So this needs to be continuous rotation. Oh, and I'm sure the switcher servo will need to tune those positions.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, yep. Oh, that one's not supposed to be continuous. Oops.
Red Panda said, "I'm wearing a Go Build a shirt."
Woo! I appreciate it. I wear a Go Build a shirt a lot of days, so it's familiar.
They're really soft. I like them.
I'm very happy with them. Oh, I just kept that one in standard. Beautiful. Okay. And I need a controller, I guess. So the first thing I like to do...
Ooh.
Attempted to invoke... Oh, I didn't start...
You can always check what line it is by scrolling to the left.
234?
Or... what was it? 216.
Oh, I didn't initialize launcher state with a state.
Oh, yeah.
Side dot left. And I think I did the same thing for intake state equals intake state dot off. Okay. Let's find the next thing I did wrong.
Love the Go Build.
Miriam says, if you aren't Ethan, you should always turn off your robot when working on it. That's a very reasonable idea.
Yeah, that's true.
100%.
You don't want someone to like accidentally turn on code and
yeah.
start driving it into you. I might have started an auto once when someone was picking it up.
Not ideal. It helps to avoid that, for sure. All right. Now, this time I've uploaded the code, it'll work, right? We're going to find a bunch more things wrong with it. It started that time. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to take the arm off this switcher servo. That way we can position it correctly. That servo is in the robot. There is, Sam, there is a tiny version of these red ball end hex keys in that bin. They're not hex keys, these like drivers. It's a 2.5 mil and it'll be the easiest way to get to that screw.
So someone said, I once accidentally ran an auto on the wrong bot, driving it off the table.
Oh.
Dang.
Oops.
That's similar to a lot of
That'll
stories
work.
I've heard.
If that's 2.5, that'll also work great.
Or you want the 3?
There should be, it might not be in here. I may have made it up. Oh, this guy. So this is a 2.5 mil version of the 3 mil ones we've been using. I'm also sure that the positions for the left and right switcher are going to be too extreme. Okay.
Is it like 1 and 0?
Okay. Oh. I have to connect my gamepad. Okay, the first thing I want to do is double check our drivetrain. So that should strafe left, that should strafe right, that should turn left, and that turns right. Forward, backward, left, right. Okay, I did it right, but a thing that I like to do when I first turn on a Mecanum robot is just double check that where I think all the motors are plugged in is correct. So the way I always do it is my first port is my front left, and then front right, back left, back right. So I'm going to unplug front left, and left front doesn't move. And then I'm going to go down, I'm going to unplug the front right doesn't move, back left, and then back right. And I've also double checked the directions already, because as I push it forward, all of the wheels go forward. I don't know what's up with that guy. I think he's definitely interesting. Okay, I think turns on the intake. Oh yeah.
That's cool.
And the toggle works. I'm kind of impressed that I got that right in the first try. So we need to run that chain. I forgot about that. And I need to reverse the intake. Okay. I'm going to do that while I'm thinking about it, because otherwise I'm going to forget.
The servo is definitely interesting.
Intake. The switch servo?
Yeah.
I think that there might be something funky with that wire. I'm unsure.
Is that servo new?
It might not be. We also generally do have a lot of
What a weird
sets direction.
For those who can't tell on camera, the servo is just randomly wiggling back and forth without like
It's moving whenever it wants to.
Oh,
That was weird.
oh.
It crashed.
That's,
Well,
I'm
disconnected.
uploading code.
Okay.
Oh, am I?
Yes, you are.
Oh, I don't know why I hit that button. That was funny of me. I could have tested more things and then changed them as I found it. Okay. What is it? It is 6:30, which means we're halfway through this stream, which is a really good time to start talking about. It needs to restart again. No, it looks like it does. Which is a good time to be talking about a robot that runs. I'm pretty excited about this, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this is looking pretty good. So the drivetrain works. The intake should be in the correct direction now. We might need to change that one out. Yep, that's correct. We might also tune down that speed. That's possible.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't have control over the servo. Is it possible that the servo? I unenabled it. Huh. This servo might just be weird. 100%. We end up with a lot of servos and stuff that are 4 parts, and sometimes they don't exactly get labeled with the 4 parts. Just
Also, the channel might be pinching the wire.
Yeah.
it's possible. Okay, I'm gonna try to run the launchers real quick. I'm actually gonna, before I do that, I'm gonna unplug one of the motors and just see what happens. Oh yeah, that's awesome. So that's the right launcher and
that
the left
servo needs to be
leader.
reversed.
Both of these servos need to be reversed. That's so cool, though. Okay. And then I'm going to plug in the second motor, and we're just going to see what happens. Make sure it all...
Wow.
That's a cool sound.
Oh, what's that ticking?
I think that is... That's a good question. I think that's the... we're in round bearings here. I think that's that round bearing. You can hear that on a Rex shaft and round bearings sometimes.
Yeah.
That sounds a lot like it.
So the velocity is kind of
Oh, it's
messing about.
It's reflecting how I'm spinning the wheels.
Yeah, but then the right launcher velocity isn't doing anything.
Oh, that would make sense. I don't have the cable plugged in.
Okay. That makes sense.
That'll do it.
We've had experiences where encoder cables weren't plugged in and stuff happened.
Yeah, once we had an odometry pod not plugged in fully.
Oh, that'll do it.
And the robot just like was supposed to be going a straight line. It just like did this weird curve. Like,
It was like the curve on spline test.
yeah.
The Roadrunner spline test. So weird.
And then it was like at a scrimmage, and like the matches were like almost back to back because there weren't a ton of teams there. So we were like,
Oh, are you talking about the one at Altus?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
And we like, so we were just like, which port does it go in? Just guess and shove it in, you know?
And we got it right, and I think we won the match, right?
Yeah. That's one good reason to have all your wires labeled, though.
Yeah.
Like with which port they go
Yeah,
into.
we started labeling stuff.
That's a lot better.
Beautiful.
All right, well, let's reverse those two servos, and then the intake works. The switcher servo doesn't work. That might just need replaced.
Yeah.
And then we don't have a guide anymore down the center, but I think that might be okay with the actual switcher servo. We might need to reinstall that polycarb plate that goes in the middle. Okay, let's put the chain on and test it. Right? I mean, we're really close. I know I need to eat at some point, but I really want to see if the robot works. We're about there.
Everything on it looks so cool.
This is looking like a robot for sure.
Yeah.
It's cool. So right now, I bet you'll have decent control over which side you launch from by just like which side of the intake you pick it up from.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that can always be a technique
Yeah.
for doing it. It's a little bit, I'd say that driver control solutions like that are always just like, it would be better to not have it that way, but I mean, it does work.
It'd work. I
So,
thought about that.
Our
honestly.
extension limit was, like, even at the end of the season, it was driver controlled.
Well, it wasn't like driver controlled, like you couldn't do the slide out. I think, like,
If I pressed a button and the slide was fully out, it would be outside of the extension limit. But my solution to that was don't press the button when it's fully extended.
It's a good solution.
feeder
And it worked
dot
out.
set direction reverse. Okay, so right feeder dot set reversion dot set direction.
Actually, I think I did
reverse.
fix that at the end.
Does everything
yeah, I
else
think
work?
it did get fixed eventually.
I think everything else about this code seems like it works.
Except those servos that were reversed.
Yeah.
And wasn't the intake reversed? Or am I crazy? I think the intake might have been reversed. No, you fixed that.
Are they running odometry or nah? We are probably not running odometry. We probably won't have an autonomous for the robot in 3 days.
Yeah.
It would be cool to, don't get me wrong, but probably not. While this code is building, I'm going to add one more zip tie. And then, so my plan is, I think we can get this tested. And then I think I might task you guys with reinstalling that divider plate.
Okay.
And then replacing that servo.
Gotcha.
And then I think we might be at a spot where this is just going to start working.
That would be so cool.
I think we're really close. We're going to find things that don't work about it, but we can at least do a whole lot more tests than we've been able to do until this point.
Yeah.
I think we might have to add a couple more zip ties to the...
This?
that too. But also the plates in here.
Yep.
They might actually need cut a little bit, at least one of them. It might still work.
Yeah, shout out to John.
Shout out. He has the worst job, which is run up and down the stairs a bunch of times whenever we need a new part. So we appreciate it.
It's good exercise.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Getting his steps in. Sweet. I think we'll have 2 more wires and we're gonna head over to the field. I believe. I'm gonna replace this battery. It's kind of dead. No, you're good. I think we can test it without that plate right now.
Okay, I
And
was
then we
wondering
can
if there
add
was
it.
even room for it with the servo.
We might need to change, like cut it or change it with the servo. But yeah, I think it'll be better to replace the servo with the servo arm and then add that plate. We might have to like cut it up. And then this one we might also have to make narrower. That one looks like it's gonna be there enough. Now we just need to throw a 2027 control system on there.
Oh, I
I'm
can't wait for
I
it.
haven't gotten my system core yet, but when we do, this will probably be the test platform for it.
Really?
I bet so.
Cool.
Sweet. Okay. I think we're about. Yeah, you've got one more. That'll be a good one. Nice to have those wires constrained. Are there still wires loose on the underside?
I think there might be, which is probably one of the most
Don't we need
important.
don't we need a power switch?
Yes, we'll grab one if we end up with time. Best in all of Walmart? I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, there was some under here.
Yeah, we don't want those.
Oh yeah, maybe not dragging around. Perfect. All right. Love it. All right, I'll grab the driver's station if you guys want to grab the robot. And we'll head on that way. Will you unplug that servo tester? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
This robot is like significantly heavier than the last time
It's dense now. It's,
because
yeah.
adding all the motors and everything.
Oh, that would have been a good idea. Hopefully you'll be able to just let them loose on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, you turned off the robot. That's so good of you.
We went through like most of the league meets without knowing that you had to turn off the robot before picking it up.
I don't think you have to.
Well,
But it depends on your ref.
one of the refs like told us. I think a lot of them. I think it might be a rule that just doesn't get super strictly enforced.
Yeah.
All right, I think this is about ready. If you guys want to probably leave the field, we'll give it a shot. Oh, it's got to restart again. All right. This is the moment of truth. That's pretty good.
That was still very cool.
It like automatically. It doesn't even really need the sorter.
It's really
Honestly,
funny.
if you intake them in the right order, it probably doesn't. Okay. Is that right? Oh,
So close.
that was pretty close.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna move to a place where it'll be easier to see how it's aimed. I'm in probably the worst position.
That one caught it pretty good.
Yeah. That's a
pretty well.
robot.
Yeah.
That's a robot.
Can I try?
Yeah. So, okay. So intake toggle is this. Shooting the right launcher, including spinning up, is the right bumper.
Okay.
Shooting the left launcher, including spinning up, is the left bumper.
Okay.
This turns off the launchers.
Okay.
And then I guess that's it. So on, off, and then you can turn off the launcher with this.
Okay.
I think that's, oh yeah, you can manually spin off the launcher, but you don't have to.
Okay.
There you go. Oh,
Yeah.
are we on the blue lines? I guess we're on the blue line side of the field. It's going to be
Yeah,
a lot
the
easier
flywheel.
to. It would be a lot easier to score probably.
That was close. Oh, wide over.
If you stop it, I think we've sucked up the polycarb. Okay, yep.
Yeah, we might want to zip
Oh,
tie
no.
that.
It's
down.
fine. This battery is also pretty dead. I didn't actually check it before I just sent it.
So which one's the intake?
You have it on. It's the center button, yep.
And then shooting.
The left bumper. Nice.
I feel like you have to drive into it with some speed to actually catch it without using a wall.
It's also easy to hit the low side channels.
Oh, that was cool.
Did you do that on purpose?
Yes.
Okay, that'll be a thing we can maybe fix. Boom.
I mean,
Is there a reverse for the?
No.
there are people making robots right now that just shoot one, so even if it only held two, I mean,
Yeah.
for a robot in 3 days, it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. This is a pretty capable robot. Okay, so, I mean, I think we're in a pretty good spot to take that back and say, let's improve those big things. So we need to make it so that the polycarbonate plate doesn't get sucked up into the intake. We need to replace that servo and put the arm back on and then add the divider.
Yeah.
That way we can see if our switcher will actually work.
We might even want to replace the drive motors with 435s.
I can see it. I do want to show 312s just because that's what most teams are going to have.
Yeah.
And with a battery that isn't like as dead as could be, I think it's going to be plenty fast for this year.
It's so cool how it just sucks up the balls.
I really like this intake.
A next programming step might be like making a couple launching zones.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Is there a better way to make it hit the lever?
There would probably be.
Oh,
Oh. Yeah.
got a ball in there. Okay, the arm could fix that.
Yeah. That's awesome.
so we've loaded 3 and launched them all, like, with control.
Yeah. Yeah, that's incredible. All right. Sweet. I like this intake too. I think that's a great option.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to.
It's easy to not actually grab them.
How many can it pick up at a time?
Too many. Oh, it's just gonna poop this one out.
But you know how is holding that one in the middle? If we could design something that purposely does that, that seems like the best way to do it.
Yeah.
And then you can choose which one it goes on to. Also, maybe making something that's specifically designed to push that lever.
Yeah.
Like a piece of polycarb on the side?
Yeah,
That'd be
or a
really
regular
simple.
grid plate.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, let's give that a shot. I say let's make those improvements, and we'll get back to testing and see what else we can improve.
Yeah.
Sweet. I'm pumped. That's awesome.
Yeah, this is fun.
That's a cool robot.
It's a great robot.
All right, let's see what chat thinks.
Rubber band intake roller would be cool.
I could see that working
It
really
is
well.
6,000 RPM.
Yep. I don't know what. Okay, I need to do some math to tell you what the target velocity is, though.
Now this is what a mechanism wheel looks like after it's actually been used. It's actually very rare to ever see a mechanism wheel that has that perfect like black finish. Because as you just saw, it ended up like this after driving for like a minute, just like slightly not shiny and just a little bit grayish.
All right, so the actual target velocity for the flywheels is 2,410 RPM, which works pretty well for that like far, close zone shots. But then we would want something that's higher for the far zone shot.
Yeah.
I think we can maybe implement that in a few minutes, though. I'd say let's make the hardware changes, and then it would be awesome if we can figure out some cool way to stop it from like automatically launching the third
When another ball comes in contact. Yeah.
But I think we can make those hardware improvements first, and then we can see if we can get a good idea for that. So I'm gonna go eat quick, and then I'll let you guys at solving those problems. So replace the servo.
With that one?
No, I think that's a 5-turn.
Oh, okay.
That is a 5-turn. So I think I'll have John get you another servo.
Oh, and the 5-turn?
Yep.
So in positional mode, does that mean it can do 5?
Yes.
And it still has that positional data?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, because I think I've heard of like companies marketing a 5-turn in servo, and then it's just a scam, and it's actually just a continuous servo that can only do 5 turns.
That's hilarious. No, this one, it acts like a normal servo, but instead of going 300 degrees, it can go 1,800 degrees with that position control.
Yeah, that could really be useful in some situations.
Sweet. All right, I will let you guys at it. Have fun.
Thank you. So where's a one to replace it with?
I think John's getting it, hopefully.
Okay, we can uninstall it right now.
Hold on.
Okay, I was gone for a bit. What are we doing now?
We're
replace the
replacing the
servo.
servo and adding the arm.
Okay.
And probably zip tying this down so it doesn't flop up.
Yeah, okay.
And are we putting the divider back, or are we going to wait on that?
We are going to put the divider back. I'm going to use this. I don't think it's smart to put it back all the way because then it'd be resting on the wire, and that's not perfect. Okay, that's a little difficult to get to. So chat, how's it look? I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think it's a robot. Thank you.
Okay, here's the new servo.
And when taking the when removing parts that are the wire zip tied on, it's generally
Don't cut the wire.
It's generally a better plan to cut the zip tie instead of the wire. I mean, you could cut the wire every time and solder it back together, but generally it's easier to just cut the zip tie.
Yeah, box robot. It does look kind of boxy.
Yeah.
I say kinda, yeah, very boxy.
It's pretty
This certainly has some real velocity vortex vibes. Kinda, I looked at some of the robots from that season. I saw one that was like legitimately just a cube. The flywheel RPM is 6,000, but it's not running at 6,000.
That's the motor.
The motor is a 6,000 RPM. It's not running at
You hold the
6,000
robot,
RPM because the
please.
power's
Thank you.
lower. If it was running at 6,000 RPM, it would be shooting very much so past the goal.
I think Ethan just calculated what the...
Yeah, I think it was like...
2 something?
It was like 2,400.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know my phone, so repeat that.
So it's
2410,
yeah.
Yeah.
What are the metal plates on the sides of the hogback wheels? Those are a new part that's releasing in
3 to 4 weeks.
3 to 4 weeks. They are flywheels. They are they really gives a lot of torque
Whoa there, buddy.
to the flywheels.
Silly screw.
We are driving them on velocity, the flywheels.
Yeah. And with the whole cube robot thing, I think that there will be very few robots this season that aren't cubes.
Yeah, just because like you almost have to have the full 18 inches. You have to take up the full 18-inch cube.
Okay.
Basically because 3 balls in line would be 15 inches across. Like here, can you give me the other one?
Sorry, I don't know where it is. There it is.
So So 3 balls like this is, so this way across, that's 15 inches.
So that's
That's like
a
1.5 inches on each side. Gives the shooter wheels more inertia. Yeah, thanks. The flywheels give the flywheel wheels more inertia. The battery looks edible and tasty. If only it was. Yes,
It is. You just can only eat it once.
Yeah.
that's true.
By the way, don't.
Don't. So there's a cool word for things that
You can only eat
you
once.
shouldn't. So there's a cool word for things you shouldn't eat but can eat, and that word is eatable. It's like, can you fit it in your mouth and can you swallow it?
I'm pretty sure that's called inedible.
No, eatable.
No,
Eatable, but
I'm pretty
not
sure
edible?
It's inedible.
No.
Well, if you can only eat it once or you shouldn't eat it, I'm pretty sure it's inedible.
So inedible is you can't eat it at all. Like it would like
It's never stopped me
very
before,
much
though.
so harm you. Like one of those spoons made out of plastic, but the plastic is like that corn plastic.
Yeah, but you could still eat that.
That's eatable, not edible. Edible is like it actually has some nutritional value.
Sam, do you know how to like
Consumable is
zip tie
similar
this? Because I'm not
to,
doing a very good job at this.
eatable, I think.
I feel
When
like
is
I
the
have
Go
better
Build
idea.
a Battery cake coming out? That's a good question.
Okay, it's better than
Oh, hey,
what I
Cass
was
is on
doing.
here. Hi, Cass.
Out of everything, I think the wires look the most edible. So
The
colorful.
battery, like the heat shrink on the outside of the battery looks like fondant.
Oh, it does.
If I'm not wrong, this is the Cass I know. I don't actually know very many Casses, like just one. Hi, Cass. It is the one I know.
Yeah. Actually, to me, at this moment, I think that the most edible, like the most delicious looking part of the robot is the boot wheels.
Nah.
Really?
Because
nah.
they like
Definitely the gecko
They'd
wheels.
be fun to chew.
they
but,
look like kind of like black licorice.
I don't like black.
Like most of the
licorice,
rubber looks like that though.
Yeah.
No, the wires look better. They're just so colorful and there's so many
They
flavors.
look like
of them.
Twizzlers.
They do.
Yeah, I could see it.
It'd be fun to bite.
No, it wouldn't.
I feel
Not
like
when there's
it
current. Not when there's current to it.
That's even funner because then it's like electric. It'll taste like Sprite.
McDonald's Sprite specifically.
Exactly.
But we have this pretty close. Yeah, that polycarb is stuck. I forgot to mention that. We probably need to zip tie that.
We definitely do. Where
Definitely
do we
do.
want to zip tie it?
I'm gonna zip tie it to the bottom.
Okay, I'm seeing it.
I think just like right here,
Yeah.
right there.
Because I was gonna say it's gonna flex a little bit, but that don't really matter because reasons.
How do you hook up the intake to the motor belts?
Or no, not the intake. The motor is actually connected to the intake with a gear.
Huh?
To the
Intake?
intake,
Oh.
that's the flywheel.
So yeah, I'll give you a walkthrough. So, intake is connected.
I think we should flip this thing over.
Let's just turn it. Let's turn it around. Let's show them.
Yeah, just give a quick tour of the robot.
Yeah. So, this is the motor that powers the intake. It's geared like this, and then it's chained over here to these feeder boot wheels, and then there's a servo up here that connects the ones that feed it into the flywheel. And the motors for the flywheel are right behind this U channel, and they're belted to these flywheels here.
Yeah, with some 2mm GT2 328mm length belts.
Real.
Okay.
164 teeth.
Yep.
All
right, I'm gonna zip tie that polycarbonate.
How many motors are we using? We're using 7. Hey Gage, it's me, Noah from Midas. Automatons. How many motors are you? Yeah, we're using 7 motors. I really loved staying up to like 4 in the morning working on y'all's robot. That was actually really fun. Remember the jar of pickles? Aren't we using 7 motors?
We are.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Maybe add a plate in front of the intake to
4,
avoid
5,
damage or
6,
repairments.
7. Yeah, it's 7.
Plate in front of the intake. What do you mean plate in front of the intake?
How did you do it? Shoot, you did it better than I did.
Oh, and
The jar of pickles was actually so peak.
One more.
So the story behind the jar of pickles is 8 is the max motors. The story behind the jar of pickles is so at Run for the Robots there was this team that needed help with their auto. Their pit was right beside ours, and we had a match with them the next day. And we went to their workshop, which was like an hour down the road, and stayed up working on their autos, on their specimen auto for like until
oh, this is weird.
like 4 a.m. And to keep us from like falling asleep early, I busted out of a jar of pickles and started handing people just a pickle.
Top 10 moves of all time.
Top 10 moves of all time. That's so true. So these are good questions.
Okay.
If you guys had
did
an
you
extra
do
day
it?
to work on this robot, what would
did
you
you do it?
change?
I went through the hole, out, and then down and through the hole. Zip tying is a skill.
I think
you
we
can
would
develop.
I think we would
in
rebuild the
robotics.
drivetrain.
You like how you did it is a lot easier than I was trying.
Train.
Yeah, and then just go through.
Wait, they changed the max number of servos from 12 to 10?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
That's crazy.
I did not know that. Oh, if another bot hits your robot. It's actually pretty protected. Well, kind of. Yes yes and no. Maybe.
Let's try to use the.
I can't believe it's 10.
I don't know if we need
Remember the problem you had in day
Actually-
1?
It isn't set to pull super tight right now.
I don't think that we are going to be
Yeah, I'll get a second one. I was
doing
planning
the
on
in-game
2 anyway.
lift.
I mean, that's what we did last time was 2.
Yeah, I mean, we have 2 hours? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think ideally that second piece would get cut like 2 holes narrower. We could probably do that quick. Oh,
Sorry?
Yeah.
Just cut it a little bit there.
Yeah, we could just cut, because it's 3 zip ties and we would have that whole plate out. And then we could just cut like 2 holes off it and that'd be perfect. Let's do that quick.
Did
if
building the
you'll-
robot in 3
want me
days
to cut
teach
it?
you anything new about DECODE? Yes, I learned
yeah,
that
you got
there's 10 servo instead of 12 this season.
I feel like this is the whole robot in 3 days thing is a great like learning opportunity for Like,
It's crazy.
just
like
experience building a robot this fast.
it's.
Oh, what was the
totally
idea
different.
for the lift?
We were thinking about maybe a kickstand kind of thing, where you could have an additional set of wheels which would push on the ground and lift the robot back up onto its front or back wheels, and then you could boil the robot's point of contact down to one that was, maybe 4 inches long. Depending on the robot you're going with, that might be narrow enough that you could then avoid having to have like a separate mechanism. But the downside of that idea is that it's pretty dependent on who you're partnered with, and you don't have an easy way to change that about their robot. Like you can't just say like, "Hey, love the robot. We'd love to pick you guys. Also, can you make your robot like 5 inches narrower?"
Yeah.
It doesn't really work. So
Noah, what was your idea for it?
okay.
Yeah, DECODE is really similar. Not similar? What is it similar to? DECODE is mainly about strategy.
Here you go.
Think about using the main
Probably just
flywheel wheels to
reinstall that
launch
in the
the
same
balls
way, and then it'll fit a lot
forward.
nicer.
Oh, that's interesting. We were thinking of using the main flywheel wheels to launch the balls forward into the actual launcher. That could be interesting. You could have a bottom motor that is connected to a flat plate that pushes off the ground. Yeah, but like with one motor, you would have to have some sort of weird gearing system.
Yeah.
So that you don't balance on like a single pole.
Just latch onto the other robot and tip them up onto the back wheels.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a good way to solve that problem.
Yes.
I think I already saw a video of a robot that could pick up another robot. And just I didn't see exactly how it worked, but basically the other robot just drove up to it, and somehow the other robot just went it just
Two linear actuators
jumped on
belted
top of
together.
it.
That's interesting. Like a plate, like a bottom plate in the bottom for that. Yeah. That could be interesting.
We have a lot of the weight of our robot forward. Like it's not very balanced, which would help us with designs like that, either lifting up another robot or using some kind of kickstand on ours. 2 actuators would be easy. We only have 1 extra motor, so we would need to power those with 1 motor, which would be not trivial, but definitely possible.
Yeah. The robot you were talking about?
Yeah. This is a
Oh,
really
yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Oh, the one that just like runs full speed underneath the other robot. Easy way to get the double full park is 2 19 by 18 inch robots. Yeah, but it probably
You have to make 2 9 by 18 inch robots.
Actually, that's not true. The easiest way to get the double full park is 2 8 by 17. So you have
Okay.
you're not exact. You'd have to, that would be really hard driving. It does, okay, that's such a good point. It does look like a baby FRC robot.
It does feel like that. Absolutely. I think the other thing that if we have time, it would be great to solve is that that thing where if we have 3 balls, sometimes it shoots the first one, or at least pushes the first one up through the boot wheels, which serve as our gate, their servo actuated gate. I think an easy way to get closer to make that happen less is probably spreading these boot wheels out.
Someone had a good point. The polycarb plate is 2 holes over on that one side.
That makes some sense because the robot isn't centered.
Oh yeah.
So I think
Yeah, the
that's
robot's not
intentional.
centered. It's like since the launcher is an odd number of holes and the chassis is an even number of holes.
Yeah.
There's really like 2 places for it to be connected. So it's off-centered.
I doubt we will have time. I think that it would be a better use of our time to refine this robot than rebuild the drivetrain. But rebuild the drivetrain is enticing because it could let us make this a lot easier to get a full park. At the very minimum, that would be like an advantage. But I also think it would let us make our intake a lot wider. I think right now where we like accidentally bat a ball away is just because we hit it with the 4 or so inches on either side of the intake, which are not intake. It's a wheel or it's channel. So making that wider would be cool. It's just hard to justify the time it would take for us to rebuild the drivetrain and then remount everything.
Crazy question. How on earth did you guys afford to buy all that stuff to build it. My team is having a very hard time with funding. We're at GoBuilda.
Yeah, so we are at like the GoBuilda office. This is our stream. So these are all parts downstairs. Decent number of these parts we already have up here for research and development. So that's definitely an upside, is that we can play with more parts than we have to specifically buy.
What are your thoughts on a scissor lift using thread screws to lift it? That's interesting.
I think the cool part of scissor lifts is that they have a really high, they can move a large distance for the physical size that they take up. The downside is that the leverage ratios of everything are kind of unforgiving. It's hard to lift the scissor lift off from being collapsed all the way. It takes a lot of torque. Once you already have it extended, it gets easier, but at that very beginning, you're moving a large amount of linear distance for this specific rotational input. So your ratio there is harsh. It takes a large movement. It takes a small input and makes it a large output. So I think it would be tough to move a robot with it. They're also kind of tough to make very sturdy.
Yeah.
But it's absolutely possible. It is not a solved problem in FTC. Like a lot of other mechanisms, there are good ways to do it. There are established, like, solid options. Scissor lifts are not something that a lot of FTC teams have spent a lot of R&D on, and companies haven't spent a lot of R&D on.
Yeah.
So it's like, there's no good go-to solution for it.
Are you guys going to cover the build plate?
The
Maybe.
build plate?
Is that like the bottom? Oh, the control hub. Probably
Maybe.
not. Maybe
Probably not on the live stream. I think that would be a reasonable thing to do, though. Run one piece of polycarb across.
Yeah. Just so like.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah. So like it doesn't. So if a robot.
Have you seen that before?
So a ball.
I don't think I have.
Never
I've
considered it.
So this
So I actually thought about something like that, but like I thought that it would
looks
fall
like it's
out or
gonna fall
something.
out.
It does. So this is one of my favorite little things you can do on a robot. You can do a floating sprocket idler. You can just put a sprocket in the in that chain run, and because the top chain will move at the same rate as the bottom chain, it stays in place. It's kind of hard to see. Maybe but it's pretty slick.
How secure is it?
It's pretty good. It could potentially bounce out, but it's gonna stay there unless somebody removes it. So it's a nice and quick way to add some tension to a chain. I'm trying to see if you can see it any easier. It's tough because it's black and I can't see super well, but it's right here.
I guess
It's fun.
It's one of those. I guess it's one of those solutions that looks kind of jank, but isn't actually as much as it looks.
Yep. That's a nice little solution, and it tightens up that chain run because that chain is not as perfect center to center distance. Okay.
We need to add that
this is
center polycarb.
Yep, this servo is installed.
Yes.
That center polycarb will be great. Let's see. Okay, so it does have to be a little shorter. The other thing we could do is we could just go up a few holes and then over. So I say let's go up 3 and then over. We can just cut a notch out of it to create clearance for our servo.
That's the great thing about the polycarb grid plate.
Hi Arwa.
Yeah, I really like that it's like, oh, hey, I need this size, or I need to change it. I have a pair of scissors right here.
Yeah, like
That's the best part of the poly carb
with
plate.
metal grid plate, that would be a whole ordeal. You'd probably have to get like some sort of
bandsaw.
bandsaw,
I love that.
like grinder, something.
Something. Okay. I just need a couple of 10 mil screws and a couple of lock nuts.
How many lock nuts do you need? Like
2. Sweet.
Here's some 10 mil screws if you need them.
That's perfect. And then will you put a washer on each of those?
Okay.
We'll do this right, I suppose. Okay.
chat is either slow right now or frozen.
It is very possible that it's a little slow. There is not a huge amount of stuff going on here. We're just making small updates and refinements to this robot.
Chat, pancakes or waffles? Which one's better?
Cakes or waffles?
Pancakes? Well, I guess it depends on if you have a waffle maker.
Yes, assuming you can have either, I think.
Yeah.
An
Honestly,
infinite amount of either.
Honestly, I'd say
Waffles.
Pancakes.
No, waffles.
Obviously pancakes.
No, it's waffles.
They're literally like the same thing, but but different
One's
shapes
better.
and one's crispier.
They're basically the same thing, except one's better.
Well, waffle holds the butter.
Cass. Why is everyone saying waffles? Well,
Waffles,
maybe, okay,
they're
hold
just
on.
so much better. Little segments
Hold
of
on, hold
syrup.
on, hold on. Maybe it's because I can't stand the taste of waffle batter.
Really?
You
can
can
use
make it.
You can use the same batter for
Yeah.
either one.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, you can use
Yeah.
you can use pancake batter to make waffles.
Waffles. Oh,
But-
thank you, thank you.
Honestly, I see pros and
Thank
cons
you, Noah. Thank you,
of
Noah.
both pancakes
Yes,
and waffles.
that's true. Pancakes if you're on a trip.
Like, in certain instances, I like both.
Waffles if you're on... What?
They both have an appeal, I guess.
Trip and vacation,
Isn't that the same thing?
that's like the same thing.
I don't know.
What if that's a hidden message?
You can call it a
What if it's both at the same time?
Pancakes if you're on a trip, waffles if you're on vacation.
You could be on a trip,
yeah.
like a work trip.
Waffles can get too crispy.
Yeah. Although it is I think that's the main difference between waffles and pancakes.
I love
is that
waffles 'cause
are
they're
more
crispy.
crispy.
I never thought about that. I guess that is why I like them.
But
Yeah.
it's also the
I mean,
you can put more syrup.
actually I prefer like softer stuff in general.
Yeah, also a really tender pancake,
Oh, okay.
like a really soft pancake.
They do
That's
not,
funny.
Cass, they do not taste the same. That you are very wrong.
A really soft pancake is really nice.
Belgian waffles taste funny. Regulars the stuff. Well, I can't tell the difference.
Now it's charging. I didn't have that.
Pancakes go. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
I'll get that battery discharged.
Majority of waffles, but pancakes in some specific situations.
Yeah, like if you're gonna get like store-bought waffles, if there's the option between homemade pancakes and store-bought waffles, you should choose the pancakes.
Yeah.
Pancakes going somewhere, waffles eating them at somewhere that isn't. What?
I
No,
like
you
that.
literally just said the exact same thing twice.
Both the sound of a nice crispy waffle and a stack of really soft pancakes both sound appealing to me.
Yeah, kinda.
A pancake stacked on top of a waffle.
That's an interesting.
That solves the problem.
Yeah.
Pancake
it's a
soup or
compromise.
waffle soup? What do you mean pancake soup? Sam, read this. Pancakes can go in your pocket and still be basically the same when you go to eat them. That's true.
Well, why are you putting them in your pocket?
Yeah, that reminds me of if anyone like the pocket tater tots from Napoleon Dynamite.
I feel like that also partially depends on the size of your pocket and what material the pants are made out of.
As long as there's like no lint in there, you can put any food in your pocket.
But pancakes are really
Except
soft.
soup. You can't put soup in your pocket.
So
Just have like a
waffles-
metal,
hold on, okay,
a metal
hold on,
coaster.
hold on. You can put them in a cup and then in your pocket.
Exactly.
Okay. On the robot. I think that the issue with the servo might actually be my code.
Really?
Really?
Yeah. Okay. I
Either
don't
that or
know
the wire.
exactly why.
Is there something conflicting?
Oh. Wait, no, that's intake state. Wait.
I guess it's either that or the wire.
Launcher side.
I mean, it can't be the wire, right?
I don't know.
Oh, Ethan, you should your mics.
Oh. Thanks. Good catch. Launcher side.
Maybe we just ask it why it's not working.
D-pad down was pressed. If it's left launcher side, it should set it to the right. I just need to, I mean, I need to do that, but I just will print out. So I'll do telemetry, add data, intake, side.
It's so weird.
Shouldn't it be?
Oh,
Is the servo programmed correctly?
yes.
Like, is it?
It's in standard mode. It
Okay.
responds fine. It's just doesn't change when I click the button. So I'm not sure why that is exactly.
Yeah.
Because basically the same code works here.
Where are you setting the position for the
Here.
servo?
I guess I don't have brakes. Maybe that's it.
I feel like this.
Oh yeah, that's definitely it.
The servo, yeah, it couldn't be the wires because
It
there's,
worked. Yeah.
there's nothing moving right now, so the wires wouldn't be like unconnecting.
Does servo
Yeah.
just move?
Maybe.
It just rotated like really fast and now it stopped.
So I think that was probably.
I think
it.
that had to be it.
I know it's not the servo because I can switch it to a different servo port and it works fine.
Cass, we're using Android Studio.
Yeah.
Hey chat, what should be the name of this robot?
Oh, that's a good one.
Ooh, that's a good name.
Good name. Good question.
Another
Yeah,
thing that we could do is we could probably mount some robot signs quick.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you want to
nice.
hand me those?
Yeah, I vote that its name is 26949.
I agree. I'm on the same page.
The robot name.
Oh, that's perfect.
So
See, we have these nice, like nameplates.
yeah.
will you show the code you use for programming?
Yes.
Won't that be released?
Yes, it will. I will probably rewrite
Okay.
it to
I
add
like.
some comments.
So
but
someone
yes.
just said this really cool name.
Will you get me some
Peak.
22 mil screws?
Someone said peak.
Will you
That's
give me some
kind of a
22
cool
mil
name.
length socket head screws? Peak.
Panwafts.
That's funny.
That could be a good name. Would you guys eat an edible Go Build a Battery or an inedible pizza? Definitely the
Go
battery.
build a battery, yes.
Well, if the inedible pizza will not kill me, and it tastes
Name it
like
waffles.
pizza as opposed to tasting like battery, that would definitely be my preference.
I vote the name
So
beats
these
well.
ones?
Yeah.
We cannot name it that.
Yeah, I don't think we can.
Also, it would be Trio.
We can name it Go Build a Robot in 3 days, 2025, 2026, First Tech Challenge Decode.
That's a pretty long name.
Yeah.
We could just abbreviate it. What would be the abbreviation?
3200-2526-0002.
Is that the
Perfect.
robot's government name?
I really like that. I really like the idea that a product's SKU is its government name.
Ooh, Rapid Fire.
That's actually a really good one.
Boxy. Cass, we cannot name it that.
Droidica.
I like Rapid Fire. That's a cool name. What's that mean,
I have no idea.
Sam? Sam, you can read German, kinda.
Kinda.
Is that even German?
It's German.
It kind of gets like some of the root words, but I'm not sure the exact meaning of it.
Sharpshooter.
Google Translate.
Auto 222. That sounds like it's going too far.
That works. It is, I'm sure.
Get it a social security number and name it that. Name it John Gobilda.
Oh, yeah.
Double shot. Totally not inspired by the Starbucks drinks. I don't know.
I think they would need to sponsor the robot first.
Yes.
Then if Starbucks sponsors the robot, we can name it.
Bob the Go Builder.
Oh, that's a really good one.
Pac-Man.
Oh, the
Not sponsored. We can't name it that if it's not sponsored. Rapid Fire is a good name.
That is a very good
the
one.
German name means double barrel.
Oh.
How do you say it?
Let me look at it again.
Doppel off.
I'm not gonna hold this.
Doppelauf.
That's pretty cool.
Dopalauf.
I don't know.
What?
Also, how did I cut my finger?
It happens. I don't know. I do it too. It's just like, oh, oops, I found a piece of channel.
I have
or
like
something.
it's like a paper cut.
Yep. I have them on my hands too.
Crazy.
A random part will be a little sharper than you expected, and then you just don't really notice.
Okay, that's a lot.
So how far do we actually need this to rotate?
Rapid fire, precision, vindicator, apex, ranger, blaze, quicksilver, bolt, stinger, dart, sharpshooter, Athena X, cyber shadow.
They're all pretty decent.
All right, I have a little tip
Sigma
that I
bot
like.
25.
Okay.
Oh.
What is that app called? Gyro.
Rizzlertron 2.
Utilities.
That's a good one.
Beware of scratches.
Okay.
Is that a reference to Demon Slayer?
Here's a good,
Set your heart ablaze.
a nice little tip. I like
Boxy
using
McBoxy.
I like using my phone's level for stuff like this, where I just need to figure out an angle of something pretty quick. So I can set up this servo, I can reset this, and then have a pretty decent idea of how far we need it to rotate, unless it decides to pay for stuff, just based on this. So I think it's going to be about 45 degrees each way. It looks like maybe 49, honestly 50 degrees. I think it's going to give us a really good shot at that working. So we just need to take that and turn that over into the servo set positions. So we're going from 0 to 1.
I figured out how to get my feet out.
Can I sneak past? Can I
yeah.
trade places with you? So 0 on our 0 to 1 on our servo needs to go from it goes from 0 to 270. So our goal is 50 degrees each way, which is 100 degrees. We can divide 100 by 270, so our desired rotation by our total rotation, given that 0 to 1 input. And that means we need to move this servo 0.37 from 0 to 1 total rotation. So we can divide that by 2. That'll get us our rotation left and our rotation right. But really, I think the thing we need is probably, let's just go from 0 to 370. And then that will get us our, and then we can install it at 0, and then it can move to 370. So left position is 37, and we'll send that code over. I think that's one of, I don't think there's another thing that we need have queued to change right now.
Oh, Buckshot's a cool name.
That's also cool. All right, so I have one of the robot signs installed while this code is building again. I will work on the other side. This doesn't have quite as obvious a place to mount it.
Not really.
The other ones I mounted it to these two posts. I mean, it makes a lot of sense here, but it's kind of hard to actually install there.
Could we put something
Yeah.
that goes up there?
It will also be kind of tough without dropping the motors out to get to those holes.
Oh, I forgot about that. Interesting. Is it
we could put it
required
on
to have both?
Yes. We could put it on spacers into those same threaded holes. Let's do that. So let's get like, what, that would be 24 mil spacers to get it flush. As long as we have those. And then it would go through 10 and then through 12. So it'd be 34, like 40 millimeter screws.
Yeah.
So 40 mil screws, and then if we have 24 millimeter spacers, I think that's going to be a good option. They would be right over here. Yeah, perfect.
Gage, here's a question for you.
Yeah, we use a P1S.
Oh, wow, you already saw it. They're
Sweet. Okay. This is kind of a pain. This is a 3D print has a 4mm hole that's a little smaller than 4mm. So if you just want to screw this in these both in all the way, it'll take a sec.
Huge screws.
They are. So we're gonna go through 2 spacers and then into the threaded holes here.
Yeah.
Wow.
That should work out pretty well.
One tip for 3D print tolerances, when I make a 3D printed art, like sometimes it's good to have it tight, but if you just want it to slip through a hole and not have to thread it in like this, it's good to make the hole slightly bigger than like the size of the screw. So maybe like I generally do 4.3 E, but it could vary a little bit depending on your printer. But like adding 0.3 to the size of the hole, it also varies with how big the hole is, but that seems to work pretty well for me. But like I said, it will also vary depending on your printer.
So, what was I gonna say?
Wow. That's
All right.
an arm.
That works. That's an arm. Now here is a big question. Does it deflect the ball? Does it work?
It's a great question.
So we can turn on the intake. We have our servo arm in there.
Okay.
It's just a U-beam on a servo, so it rotates back and forth. Right now the driver will be able to control which direction it is facing. But ideally, I think you'd have a sensor and some code where you could see, hey, what ball is about to go in the intake. You can then funnel into a specific side. So we can turn on the intake, and then...
That's fast.
Oh! That's awesome. That is exactly what I was hoping that would happen. So we could divert that to the other side, and it goes to the right side.
That's cool.
That's awesome. I'm going to be honest, I did not think that was going to work that perfectly. That's great.
So
Okay.
I wanna do a shout out real quick to someone. Shout out to Cass from Team 7242. He was the team captain last season. He graduated and he's going to college now.
Nice.
I want to just say thanks so much for all the help last season and so much advice on coding. He really helped me learn how to code so much.
Great job on your robot so far. Thank you, FTC Robotics.
Midas automatons. Also, good luck on college, Cass.
All right. I think we're in a really good spot. We have the diverter installed. It works. I do think it probably could be a little bit of a faster servo, but it works.
Yeah.
So it's not a big deal. We have an intake that works. We have our launcher. I'm kind of impressed at how much current our launcher pulls. It's
a lot.
It takes a lot. It pulls the battery. And then, yeah, let's install our second robot sign. We'll catch some threads. It doesn't have to be a ton.
Also, thank you, 7242 mentors, Robert and Matt.
All right, and you don't have to get this super tight. That is installed.
That's so cool.
Any info gauge? Any info on what?
All right, what is our? Is there anything else that we need to do before we head back to the field and try it again?
Wires are good.
I think wires are pretty solid.
We zip tied that.
Yep.
That's connected, obviously. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. We got that on.
I think it'll be really interesting to see if we have any good ways to stop our intake from pushing that. Like, as we get two on one side.
Yeah.
Oh, generally an interesting thing about this design. Here, let's kind of look at this quick. So, if the first two balls we get are purples, say, I have to enable the robot. Okay, so it does that same thing. That's a thing that we
It does.
should try to stop.
I thought of a software solution possibly. Maybe maybe before we start this flywheel spinning, we spin it backwards for a second.
Okay, that could potentially
Interesting.
work.
Or we could run the feeder on the servo backwards. Like just run it like whenever you launch, it runs back, or like when it just runs back.
I think the other thing we might be able to do is I think spreading these wheels apart, or maybe we try a 72 millimeter boot wheel here. That might do it.
Yeah.
I got a couple more shout outs.
We have an hour and a half. We have kind of enough time to go and solve a problem like that.
Yeah.
That is a pretty big issue.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is about as far as it can go. Okay.
So
Our servo position is too far. I think if our servo just doesn't go as far,
Yeah.
it won't push it in, because that is definitely in contact.
That
with
will also, making the servo angle less will also make the it more angled towards the side, and it
Yeah.
might make it easier. for
Okay,
it.
so let's try. We're at 50 degrees either way. Let's try like 40.
Yeah.
So shout out to 7242 coach, Mr. Carr. Thank you. You also taught me so much about coding, especially in the start of the season. You really helped out with so much, and I'm even learning things now.
All right, we'll update that quick. And then I think a pretty good shot here is let's just try to change those wheels over to 72 mils. Like,
Yeah.
we have time.
Are those the smaller ones?
Yeah, we'd be a little bit smaller than the 96 we have right now.
Didn't we try making them the smaller ones?
We did. We looked at it and we felt like they would be too small. But at this point, I think it's worth a shot. The
Yeah.
other thing we could do is we could move it forward more. I think that it's not going to take too much time, and that would be a big improvement in the performance of this robot. So as soon as this code finishes uploading, we can just turn the robot back off, and we can do that.
And look what I just found on the floor.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, what?
This is
I don't know anything about the AD5X, by the way.
whenever we break the head off of a screw, we refer to it as like
A set screw.
Yeah, an accidental set screw.
Accidental set screw. No drive, but that's
How did
fine.
that even break off?
Yes, Noah.
Okay, so we'll take the chain off quick, and then to get to these wheels, I think we can just undo this coupler. I think that's finished building.
What
I
is
can
what is
unplug this.
what is 85X?
We can power off our driver's hub for right now. Okay.
Oh, the robot's laying on a wire, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Noah.
That's better. All right.
Shout out. I think I already shouted out. Shout out to Robert at Bridge Creek.
Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, like I said, I don't know anything about the AD5X.
Oh, a 3D printer.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
I may be slightly biased on this, but I think this is my favorite robot I've seen so far this season.
Yeah,
Slight
it's pretty cool.
bias. Potential bias,
little
maybe.
bit.
But I'm really excited about it.
GoBuilda does sell set screws.
Yeah, we just have the individual ones.
We don't. So GoBuilda does not sell the regular screws without heads that we call set screws, but they do sell actual set screws.
Yes. The ones that have a drive.
And if you want a screw without a head, you can probably find some way to get the head off of it.
Yeah.
So, fun fact: our Into the Deep website, our Into the Deep robot, actually has a screw with its head broken off on it. It's holding on one of the odometry pods.
Amazing.
So we don't have any plans of disassembling it, but we actually can't disassemble it.
You
so
can
that's
with
a
the power of
that's-
friendship.
That's cool. Who's the new coder for Midas automatons? I want to meet them sometime. Although you are in like Kentucky, You're on Discord, right? I think so. What about the table?
All right. I think this is I think the biggest question about the 72 mils is if they are going to grab it from the intake. I think that they will, but it's technically a question still.
So do you think we should switch on one side first so we can compare them side to side?
That's a great idea. I like that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So we'll make this stack again. So this goes
The lead is Alex, and the second I don't know his name. Okay.
shim probably? No. Doesn't need a shim necessarily. Sprocket and chain.
I forgot it. Is that a reference to I forgot?
And then a collar. And then a boot wheel.
Like the team.
And then a collar. And a collar.
We love collars here.
Yeah, I think that
Collars are so useful, actually.
they are definitely handy. It would probably be at least more economical to use spacers. The colors are nice, especially here, because it means we can take it apart and put it back together pretty fast, and we can adjust the specific spacing of the wheels. It's just kind of a lot of pieces to do that, but that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
You can install
on one of our intakes that we experimented with, I think we always just put electrical tape in between them.
Yeah,
But that
Yeah.
meant that we had to unravel and redo the electrical tape every time we took it apart.
Yeah, it was interesting.
It also meant that the shaft got all like some black gunk stuck on it.
Oof.
It wasn't the worst thing in the world, but
Yeah.
electrical tape can be leave a lot of residue compared to other tapes.
Do you think this robot can like combine both compartments? No.
Like
No.
both shooters?
Yeah.
I don't know.
How would that work?
This robot can't.
I'm not sure I'm following, I guess.
How would it work if they were
like,
combined?
are you saying like
Like, what are you talking about?
just have a extra wide shooter?
But still have them separated internally. I don't get that. I don't get it. How do you combine them but have them separated?
So, like, no bars separating them?
So combine both compartments but still have them. Oh, like a split intake, but then.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you could invert that, right? You could say we have two channels in the intake and they both lead to one shooter.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
had a
that
compartment.
kind of makes
you have
sense.
a double magazine.
That does. That
Uh-huh.
does.
I was actually that was
No,
one of my
no,
first ideas.
Not
after
like
kickoff.
that. They said like
Oh.
what though? Oh, shooting at the middle
One shooter,
What?
but two magazines,
from the
right?
center.
Unsure.
I mean, I feel like we could do that.
Yeah, there are lots of
possible.
viable designs for this year's game. This one makes sense to me.
Okay, yeah. Gage, do you want to have a pickle night? Maybe a little bit sometime.
Swoop. Okay.
Although Oklahoma's kind of far from Kentucky. Just a little bit though.
Yeah. And
Yeah, two magazines. That makes sense. Two magazines, one shooter. Okay, yeah.
I think
get
that's
it.
gonna work.
I get it.
I think that's gonna work great. And then this
Alright.
can actually catch it, maybe.
Thank you. There's a bunch of people saying that they love this robot.
yeah, thank you.
It has momentum.
I'm really happy
Yeah.
with how this is looking.
Momentum would probably get it.
I'm excited.
Otherwise, we can push these two boot wheels closer together. That
Oh,
should
yeah.
make it a little bit, gives it a little bit more reach.
We had an idea that we
But-
had an intake by the lever and we shoot there. Oh. Yeah, but there's no shooting zone there. What RPM are you shooting motors going to be? They're 6,000.
Yeah, so there's 6,000 RPM as the maximum velocity, and then they're actually spinning at something about 2,400 RPM. That's like their target. So that seems pretty good for the close launch zone, like the edge of the close launch zone. And I think we're gonna be able to fire from the further launch zone as well.
Yeah.
What do you think is a good control system to
Probably
for
state,
them.
Probably a state machine.
The thing
Yeah.
with a state machine for, are you talking about, if
It
you're
just swaps between the two distances.
if it's just two, then although my big concern is knowing which one you're on.
You have an indicator light.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. You could have one button for each. That's slightly less clean, but
We had an idea that we had an intake motor lever when we sit there. What do you,
it looks like it might work.
That looks like it might work.
It looks like it, yeah.
I don't have a sweet way to test this without just launching it, so I'm just gonna launch it.
That worked?
it like kind of worked.
We might want to.
I think this is hilarious. Listen to the speed that the intake runs at after I turn on the flywheel. So the intake, right? And then I turn on the flywheel.
Oh,
It
wow.
turns down so, like, it slows down so much.
I did not
I think
notice that.
with this robot, you're gonna want to only have the flywheel on when you're launching.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
6,000 RPM
The
conversion kits, I heard yesterday they were in stock.
Yes.
The changing the separating servo to a faster one, yeah, maybe.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, the
At least for, like, a robot that is intended to compete. I could see us saying it's not necessary for this robot in 3 days, though.
Yeah. The only thing with turning off your flywheel, like in between shots, though, is that it takes more power to speed up from a stop than it does to just maintain a speed. So I
can
guess it
see
depends
that.
on how rapidly you're firing. If you're intaking firing really fast, then it's probably just
bog
leave it
it
on.
down.
But if you are having to drive like all the way across the field,
You can turn it off, yeah.
Yeah. We also have a variable we can tune there. We might see how quick we can rapid fire on this. We might actually remove those, like, one or two of those flywheels.
Yeah.
And just reduce the amount of inertia we have, because we might have plenty. Like,
yeah.
I think that's very possible.
Also, maybe you have like a speed when you're not launching, it slows down to a really a slow speed for this motor, but it's enough to like take away a lot of that spike in power when you start from a still stop.
that seems better.
It does.
I'm just gonna shoot it again. I'm gonna miss the cameras and the monitor. I'm sure.
Do you want me to go catch it?
No, it'll be fine.
Just imagine it actually hits the camera like straight
It
in the
won't.
lens.
It won't. It won't. It won't. I'm sure. Perfect.
That was good.
That was good.
I'm
you
not
wanna test it
sure,
on the
but how
field
do you
or
guys
switch
use my
them
past
the
ideas?
other
I'm
one
not
out
sure.
now?
The flywheel slows down
this
the
is
other
a
wheels
lot
because it's
better.
just it's two more motors activating at the same time.
Yeah, it's those motors are accelerating a lot of mass relative to their gear ratio, and so they pull a lot of current actually doing that. I really think this is the way to go. I think we should just go
It
ahead
is,
and switch the
yeah.
other one.
Yeah.
Because that's so much better.
Yeah. I think a lot of this we're like it doesn't have to make perfect contact because this intake is so fast. It just has to like slightly
Very
tap.
fast.
It does. It slightly taps it a lot of times per second, so
Yeah.
that helps. So, and then I'm gonna mount the servo because the way I implemented this, you could have implemented this better in code. So right now I'm just moving it from 0 to the calculated position. That's gonna mean it moves 80 degrees. It would be better to move it from like 0.5 either direction. That way, every time you change the total amount that this deflector servo rotates, you don't have to go and remount it.
Yeah.
All right, if I have one tooth that I can go to the robot's
Can you
left.
show how well the intake picks up the balls?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna go. We have one more change quick, and I think we're gonna go back over to the field. It works really well.
It truly does.
Yeah. One thing, if you don't drive super fast up on the balls, it has a tendency to knock them away. But like,
I think a lot of that is if you don't hit the ball with the intake. That was
Yeah.
a lot of what I saw.
Yeah.
I was able to drive at a pretty reasonable
So
pace.
someone in the comments had a good idea. Maybe if the current draw is going to be like an actual issue, we could change the gear ratio of the intake motor.
Yeah, absolutely. The intake motor doesn't need to be this fast. It will help. It helps the intake perform well, but it doesn't need to be this fast. Okay, let's go ahead and redo the other side of that intake so that it's 72 millivolt wheels as well.
Yeah.
That's better. It works so much better, and it's not going to be too much. So we just need to get the shaft out.
Do you have the wheels you need?
Yes, I have them over here.
Okay.
And we'll need that.
Are you guys doing
colors.
anything tomorrow? No.
Nope, this is our last night, so we have about an hour before we're done. Tools down. Okay, and then I don't know how stuck on these boot wheels are gonna be. Oh, these are very
The
reasonable.
boot wheels have better tolerances than these.
And those will be fixed this
The
season.
drivetrain
Yeah.
motors are 312 RPMs.
Yep.
I mean, I'd say that, yeah, 312s or 435s, unless you want to try and like mess around with gear ratios and get something faster. But like the next step up after 435, wasn't it like 11 something?
1150. It's way too fast.
Yeah, you're not going to run a drivetrain on that unless your robot like weighs nothing and you want it to be able to get across the field in half a second.
Yeah. And your robot would have to weigh very little for that to be reasonable.
Are you what?
Are you?
Are you?
Yeah, are you what?
Unsure.
How do you think Up a Creek is doing this year?
I don't know.
I feel like they're gatekeeping their robot.
Okay.
No, but it is kind of reasonable to like. If you have like some like insane game-changing idea, I don't really expect you to like give your idea to literally everyone.
Or at least not like right at the beginning of the season.
Immediately, yeah.
Yeah. Is the chassis based from one of the sets in the website, or is it custom? It's based off the Strafer chassis.
It's just a Strafer chassis right now. It's like bone stock.
No, we are not doing anything tomorrow.
Yep, this will be it.
This is the last part of the stream. Up a Creek is going to do Spindexer and Swerve.
Makes sense.
That's a crazy combo. So at Worlds, I actually asked them about Swerve, and I didn't get really much of an answer.
and
So
then I'm
I
gonna
don't know how they're going to do
tighten
Swerve without working on Swerve.
collar here.
Yeah, how do you do Swerve without working on Swerve?
Oh, that'll do it.
How do you
I
perfect
can
Swerve
do
in one
this
season?
side at least.
That's crazy.
Oh, hold on. Sorry. I'm gonna push it.
Wait, how do you know that Up
Yeah.
a Creek's going to do Spindexer and Swerve?
They might just be guessing. And that's good now, I think.
Insider knowledge.
Insider knowledge. Insider trading.
That's like opposite gatekeeping. It helps that they have a wealth of FRC mentorship from 1619. Yeah, it kind of it does.
All right, those are both that way, and I
Nice.
replaced these with spacers. That's so much better.
Did I
I'm
say FTC mentorship?
Tempted to do that.
I meant FRC mentorship.
Oh. It doesn't need this.
I blinked and something went flying. I was
It was
confused.
the floating sprocket. I just shoved it out with my finger.
Oh,
when I was
okay.
in my hand.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else we should try to fix or adjust as is?
Nothing comes to mind.
Nothing does for me either. I think we're ready to head back and do some more testing. I
So
like
cool.
Not everyone knows context clues.
I'm gonna move the robot off the field. If you want to grab the robot and head on over, I think that's pretty good.
Cass, I thought you said that all of your uncles were dead.
All right.
I might be like actually straight up wrong about that though.
And the starter bot doesn't need. It's kind of in the way right now.
Yeah.
Which is accurate, but it can be in the other alliance's driver station.
It is the driver.
Yeah. Hey, it might be, you know?
Yeah.
With enough programming, it's possible.
Is there a rule that your driver has to be
Human.
a human?
Isn't there a team that like uses AI to drive?
Maybe. I don't know if there is.
Has to be somewhere, right?
And then, so I think the other question is, how should we distinguish, like, how should the driver select which zone they're firing from? I guess there could just be a toggle,
Yeah.
and like it could be, like the game D-pad up could be far and short. I think an LED light would be a really good way to indicate that. But we could just have it print in telemetry, I guess, too. Hey, you're shooting from the far or the close zone.
Mm-hmm. That's an interesting noise.
That is a very interesting
Oh
noise.
man, I pushed it back. I pushed it too far. Well, as long as the intake is off, it seems like it won't.
That was good. Okay.
Let's see how the sorter works.
Okay, so that's one. And then the other color should be green.
Kind of stuck there for a second.
Let's do an alternating motif.
That was a weird noise.
So that's actually working really well.
That is exactly what like the goal was, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I try?
Yeah. So there's definitely a lot of control. So intake on and off, and then right and left. And you can probably just leave the launcher on, honestly. And then this D-pad down flips the colors back and
Okay.
forth.
Nope. Whoopsie.
What? That's interesting.
That was a little interesting. Because when you move the arm, the purple on the left side went to the right side. Because it went over the arm.
And if the intake is always on, it might push it far enough, yeah, to
Oopsie.
launch it. And I think it's supposed to be like maybe closer to the far back of the launch zone. That's where I was. And then
Oh,
I
like
think you
here?
can flip. Yeah.
Close.
Yeah, it certainly is interesting. Whoa.
That was so close.
It kind of has a weird amount of backspin.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah, you might have to toggle the intake on
Wow,
and
you're
off
just going to attack
as
the
you're
camera guy?
driving. At least with the robot as it is right now.
Thank you.
It certainly is interesting. I like it. Oops. I forgot to turn the intake on.
It's a lot to keep track of.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. I think it is with the geometry you have right now, you probably do have to go intake it in the correct order.
Can I try driving it?
Yeah, hold on. There you go.
So, the D-pad is that,
Yes.
and then the bumpers are launching.
Yeah.
And,
then
what's the intake? Okay. And is the
flywheel off is this.
okay.
So Sam typically doesn't drive Mechanim.
Do you think that could be a battery issue? I don't know. The battery looks pretty full.
Maybe.
That one worked pretty good.
Oh no.
That's
Right at the camera.
I feel like if you did that in an actual match, they might not like it.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
might not. That was weird.
Yeah. I don't think that this design is perfect, but I mean, those who who use it as a reference can you
You can modify it.
yeah. I feel like it's good to leave room for improvement.
As I said, the design
We do have
is
an
very
hour. We
human.
might be able to improve it.
I love it. I love it. It looks
Yeah.
nice. It works really well.
That intake also
I can
is
see that.
pretty good.
It really is.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, we have an hour to improve it, so we might just go and improve it.
Yeah.
You want to try that now?
Yeah. Let me.
Jeez.
You want to drive it some?
Yeah, I'll try it.
Just let me. I wanna try to see if I can get 3. It looks like that's contacting the wheel, so I think it's going to spit that one out.
It probably will, yeah.
Yeah. There also does seem to be a little bit of variation in launching.
A little bit, yeah.
That one was pretty good. Do you want to try?
Yeah. I've never driven anything ever.
Basically,
I don't know what anything does. What's that do? Okay. What's that do? Okay.
D-pad down.
Oh, okay.
And then,
That's to launch, right?
also there's this really cool thing where if you do it sideways, it drives sideways.
That's so weird. Okay, there's that. Okay, and then it's
Intake
Wait.
on.
intake. Why did he do that? Why is it doing that? I'm not, okay, that was weird. And it's
Oh, it
off.
disconnected.
It didn't like me.
I wonder what happened.
I'm not sure either.
Did the battery die?
It doesn't look like it should have. Yeah, just wanted to restart the robot.
Okay, so I guess.
You guys you have loads of ways we should improve it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
First, I think that the maybe the way we could fix the problem with it jumping over the little divider is just making that divider taller.
Yeah, I thought about that.
Also, there isn't exactly something
To
that's
press the
optimal for
lever.
pressing the
Yeah.
gate.
Yeah, so you want to go, we should probably start modifying it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leave it on the field for 1 or 2 more minutes.
Okay.
I think that should be code that will let us do far shots.
Okay.
We'll see. Do you mind if I try?
Yeah.
I think it has to restart one more time. Maybe. Yeah. So I kind of just guessed at what the far velocity should be. I don't know. It might be totally different, but I know like these launchers should be capable of it. There are a few things we might try to change with the inconsistency. It sounds like was in a couple of them. Generally the polycarb backing is just pretty unconstrained still on this, so I'm not surprised that it isn't super consistent. Oh, I need to change one more thing.
Anyone have any ideas on how to modify it?
Well, the arm, because if you have two purple and you switch the arm to be green, then the purple moves to the other chamber.
That's true. Sam?
For modifying it?
Yeah.
Besides like making the little divider taller?
Yeah.
Failure management FTC says, can it launch from the small launch zone? It should be able to with a couple more lines of code.
Yeah.
Does the 6,000 RPM conversion kit only work with 312 RPM motors? It does. That's the only ratio it works with.
Yeah. Well, the main thing was that, I don't know, we might still maybe something to make it less likely to feed up into the...
Yeah, it still seems like that happens.
Maybe we put a little bit of plastic grid plate somewhere that the ball actually has to deform to get past.
Yeah? Okay, so that's far. We'll see. I have no idea. Seems like a decent shot. Nope. Not nearly enough.
It actually might be a bit...
You might not be on the right state.
I think that was far. I'll double check. I have it printed out on the telemetry over here.
That actually might be better for the near.
It might be. This is for sure far. I just probably have to increase that again. Yeah. It might be better for the near.
Actually,
Yeah.
that looks perfect for the near. Because it wasn't always going in before.
Yeah.
It was like it occasionally went in, so it's kind of underpowered.
I like this intake a lot.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that this intake might be like one of the more, like the better solutions for an intake this season. How well these balls roll? There's probably going to be matches where these balls are just like bouncing all over the field.
This is the same velocity as the close. I forgot to change something. I forgot to actually make the code change the velocity. That'll do it.
Yes, I made it.
Full court shot.
Sweet.
I like this game. It's an interesting game. It's mostly software, though.
Yeah. Well, I think you'd like that since you're the programmer.
That's true. That's true.
It's a light lever.
Hi, lever.
Oh.
Okay.
Hi, lever. Sam, say hi to the lever.
Hi, lever.
Hi, lever.
Hi guys. Oh wait, he's not waving. Hi guys. Is there a penalty for breaking the ramp?
There is penalties for breaking like anything.
Yeah, it's field damage.
Yeah.
Everything
They're
except
less-
your robot.
There are less penalties and more cards. At least they would have been last year, or in years previous. In years previous, it would be, I haven't checked this year. If you break the field, there's kind of two things. It could be a field fault, in which case you should replay the match, or it could be your fault, in which case I think you could just get a yellow card.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's not a specific penalty until you get another one, and then you automatically lose that match.
Yeah, because it's not really like a gameplay foul, like you playing unfair. It's you doing something.
That's it.
But
Oh. That was a lot better.
that
That was too
That's
much.
too far.
That one worked.
What do you have it set to?
1,500 ticks per second. I definitely feel like the right side is less consistent, so we probably could spend some time and refine the polycarb backing.
Yeah.
Those two are pretty consistent.
Yeah.
You mind if I try?
I really want to see just like how consistent this is.
And that one was perfect.
It's like kind of consistent and kind of not.
Yeah.
It's kind of consistently bad.
It's consistently shooting too high.
Yeah, it's definitely too much velocity.
Yeah, the vortex is. I love FTC puns.
Okay. So the far was too far. What are some of the things that we need to improve about this? We have about 50 minutes that we can make it better. I think one of the things is like when we grab a ball and we flip. Okay.
It can't hold 3.
Just because it pushes it into the launcher?
Yeah.
It can occasionally hold 3, but it can't consistently.
Occasional.
I mean,
Ooh.
Close. What if you shot a artifact and it landed exactly in the top of the
I was about to
obelisk?
say that.
Yeah.
seems possible.
I wonder how many tries it would take. That's the real question.
All right, I'm gonna switch to close. That might be a better test here.
Imagine doing the math and calculating the arc to be able to get in right into the obelisk.
So, what was the issue you guys were seeing with holding 3?
It kept pushing them into the flywheels when the flywheels were off.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's too many.
That's 4.
It's interesting that it can hold that many.
And that might be an that might
Oh,
be
technically can't.
that might mean that that might mean that you might want to be able to have a quick reverse on the intake so you don't get a controlling penalty.
Yeah.
Just to spit one out if you grab too many.
It might be kind of nice that it can flip over. Yeah, it would be nice to be
Oh
able
my
to
gosh,
reverse
is it stuck?
No, I
Okay.
just
It looked stuck for a second there.
so then you can
Like right there.
That was
good.
I think the play might be
That was decent.
keep the flywheel on at all times.
It might be.
Yeah. Oh. So the bar can just go over one or under one, which is not ideal for sure.
Do you think that we should add like a little bit of grid plate or something to the top of the bar, or like a?
Yeah. I think that's a good idea. Oh. Like, he definitely can't hold 4.
Or at least not. It did for a second, but it doesn't do it very easily. I was so lucky that it bounced it back in the field.
Oh.
Wow.
Honestly, right now, this is actually probably a fairly competitive robot.
Yeah.
Like, you might be able to make it. You probably have an okay chance of, like, making it to. You might be able to make it to state with this robot.
I definitely think you could.
I don't know.
Actually, like, I feel like it's a little bit early on to tell exactly what
It's just
the
spinning.
standards will be in this season. Like, it's hard to tell until you actually just see how teams are doing later in the season.
Yeah.
I figure it's probably best to assume that they'll be higher, because then you'll make your robot better, though.
You just hit that water bottle perfectly.
I don't think the camera could see that, but there was a water bottle on top of a stool, and it nailed it perfectly and knocked it off.
Can I try driving it?
Yeah. I really want to figure out, like, where we need to improve it, what needs to be better about it right now.
Now the gecko wheels look less tasty because they're used.
Oh yeah. Well, the arm needs to be fixed. It's very inconsistent with how many it can hold.
Yeah.
It farts them out
lame.
sometimes.
Yeah. So what happens if you give it more time after you've set down? Oh, yeah.
I wonder how long it's going to be until we, like, launch one down the stairs.
I thought about that, yeah. The balls are everywhere but in the field.
That's going to be a big thing this season, too. Like, I feel like there's going to have to be, like, field resetters running all over the venue picking up balls.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that you have to get 3 right now, you have to, you have to get one on each side and then get the last one.
Yeah.
How?
Also, it doesn't look like there's any straps under this field, so the perimeter's taking a real beating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like almost getting
you
it
see
every
that?
single time.
That was
crazy.
The
cool.
ball rolled across the entire length of the field perimeter. And now, honestly, doing 3 purples in a row like that wouldn't be a problem through a lot of the match, probably. Also,
Yeah.
we lost a screw.
We did?
Yeah. But considering how this robot was kind of put together fairly quick,
Oh yeah, we did.
that's completely reasonable. And it's probably not a robot that's going to really get used at competitions. So,
Look, I got 2 motifs.
Let's go.
Ike, you wanna drive?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
What did we lose there? What is that?
Oh, that's from a gear.
Oh, what?
You might want to stop.
That's not supposed to be there.
I don't think that'll make the gears fall off, really, but,
See how the flywheels are really making it
where the screw
spin
came
for
from,
a
then.
lot longer.
Oh, and here's the other screw to it.
so that's where both screws came from. And,
That's weird.
Where was that from?
It had to be
Oh,
under
one of
the
the
wheel,
drivetrain
right?
gears? Yeah. Yep.
We probably need to start modifying it now.
yeah. I feel like we may have played with it enough for now.
What are the improvements? How do we change it to make it better?
I think we were thinking mainly make that barrier thing taller.
Sure.
Were we thinking anything else?
Barrier
There
taller.
it is.
For sure.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's tough. I think we should spend more time and drive just like I think we should try it again in a way that is a little more intentional, where we can say like, hey, this is a place that we need to improve it. Let's try to intake this element in this way again and see what happens when we do that.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of it's an easy thing to lose in driver practice. It's easy to mix up like driver practice and showing a robot versus like slowing down and trying to find places that we need to improve it.
Another thing is just maybe just try to actually get the motifs and see how easy that actually is with this robot.
I think that a big part is like we should try that with a lot of intentionality. Like let's take our time and say, okay, if the goal is get the motifs, even if it takes 10 seconds more, that will tell us more about what happens when we've slowed it down a little bit.
Yeah. Let's fell down.
So yeah, this is 3, and that definitely works like we were kind of anticipating. I also updated the far zone, so that might launch better. And then
that's a
I'll
lot
do
better.
right.
That's
left.
perfect.
That's very good.
That's like so consistent.
That's way nicer. And then we get a second red or purple one. And then the green one.
I might as well start calling these pixels.
Oh. Interesting.
There.
So there's a green.
That's so you need another purple.
Ah.
Now you messed up the motif pattern.
Oh!
Interesting. So maybe it's something about like really quickly trying to move through it. Maybe it's the robot moving quick or something like that. But it definitely doesn't incredibly consistently shoot the third one when you intake 2. Oh,
So close.
Whoa! It hit my
bounced
hand and went
that
back in the
back.
field.
One motif.
We probably should go fix the deflector thing.
so what are the times where that is important? I guess if you intake them in the right order with the bar, right?
Purple, green.
Then I don't think there's a lot of opportunities where you do need to move the bar while there's a ball there. I think it's really just if it's set to the right and you needed it to go to the left and then you move the bar, then it can hop the bar and not work out. I think we still also...
This is actually a pretty competitive robot.
Yeah. I really think that like some practice would make this a really slick robot.
Yeah, I mean, at like early competitions, it ends just getting your full motifs in a match might be competitive.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely.
Just imagine 4 robots in here. It's going to be pretty busy.
And I feel like this is definitely time to get the full motif as long as we can get, I feel like that time is definitely less than a match.
How long is the match?
2 minutes and 30 seconds is the driver controlled
Okay.
jump.
2 minutes, I think it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds total, isn't it?
Yeah. It's been the robot in 3 days. I need to adjust the close distance for sure. No.
Whoa!
That's a good. Does that count? Because I think I might have to go
It
through
didn't
this.
pass through that.
Yeah, I don't think that counts.
So does that? What does that count as? Is that just doesn't exist? Is it overflow?
Oh, does it? What does that mean?
Like, does it score any points or is it none? That'll be an interesting question. That would be like a really hard ref call probably.
That would be really interesting. All right, and then green. Oh.
Bye. Zip tie gone.
And this has the potential to also be able to make a motif in auto, like just with your
Yeah.
preloads.
Yeah, absolutely. It can make any of the motifs in auto.
Yeah, as long as you can scan with the camera.
No.
Ooh. Oh.
Wait. Didn't it go through that?
It went through.
Ow.
It
am I
did go
crazy?
through it, didn't it? So that would count as overflow.
Okay. That's hilarious.
That is really funny.
Oh.
Find new ways to score every time.
So I
Nice,
think
full
one
motif.
like very concrete way we can improve this is right now. It's kind of it's the second one on specifically the right side. If you actuate the diverter, you can skip it, I guess. One more. If you actuate the diverter, you can shove it over into a place that the intake can't get to it. So if we add like a panel or something there, I think that would help out a little bit.
Yeah.
It creates one less place that the ball can kind of get stuck in the robot. Because you can get that out, it's just kind of, you have to actuate the lever back and drive the robot a little bit.
And you probably don't want the diverter over there when there's two. You probably just want to, if you do end up, you're just going to be flicking one over.
That's true. If you have the diverter there with two, it's because you've intaked two of the same color in a row.
Yeah.
You've gotten two purple in a row, which you probably shouldn't do.
Oh, whoa! What does that mean?
Because that one is still on there, but I don't think it counts because it bounced over.
Yeah.
I feel like
Okay.
all this backspin that we're creating is creating really interesting, like, the
I
balls are
love
bouncing
it.
all over
I
the
love
place.
it so much.
That's crazy.
And this is going to be such a hard game to score. For the refs to report the scores on.
It'll be tough for sure.
What about, hey, Ethan, why don't you try whenever it bounces back towards the robot, driving backwards with the intake
Okay.
on.
Yeah.
That way that it'll roll into the intake.
Okay. So I think some more velocity on the close is going to help us.
Yeah.
And I think we still need slightly less velocity for the far shots.
That's really cool how you can just roll back onto that one.
Yeah. Aiming is definitely tough. Like,
That's where the software will really get implemented this season.
yeah, absolutely. I think an important thing. Oh, oh yeah, I got 4.
It's
Well,
nice that it
at
shoots
least-
the fourth one out.
At least it automatically ejects when
Yeah.
you get too many sometimes.
Yeah, you won't get your controlling penalty. You'll get the penalty for
Nice shot, Sam.
launching it out of the field, but so a little less on the far, a little more velocity on the close. I think the big thing for intaking is you should intake one and then flip the lever, and then you can intake the next two. It just requires you to intake in a specific order, which is not ideal. It means you need to get a purple or a green in the first 2 you grab, which I think is a reasonable enough expectation.
And depending on the particular motif,
Also, the second pair of boot wheels needs to go on for a little bit longer.
Yeah, for sure.
but depending on the motif, you might be able to grab 2 purples at the beginning.
That's true. Just not even close.
Whoa, it's like just rolling around the side. That's crazy.
I feel like you're going to want to launch close, unless you absolutely have to try to do it far.
At least without an auto aim, I totally agree.
Yeah,
Like-
with how this is, and although this is a surprising,
What?
this is a surprising.
That counted too.
This is like a
I don't
really.
think so. I didn't go through all of the components of the field.
Well, the only
Does it only have to pass through
qualifying
the
factor is
square
passing through this.
or the funnel?
It does?
Okay.
Okay.
Is to go through both. This isn't the most accurate launcher, but it's accurate for how quick we made it. And like basically just like getting done on the first try almost. I might just stay back here and bat them out of the air when they go over.
I can definitely see first updating field elements and adding like something here.
A net or something, you catch it.
I mean, you might just say, hey, look, like, if you miss and it goes out, then you have collected a penalty. So
Yeah.
it's maybe a little bit on teams to say,
Yeah.
you just need to be more accurate.
Also, there's one less scoring element, which is a kind of a penalty in itself.
That's super true, yeah.
Yeah, the close is definitely more consistent. Oh, and that
Wow.
jumping over is something that we've noticed. It does do that occasionally.
It does.
It's just, I guess it's just something that you have to account it for. There's so many inconsistencies in this game. I think there will be a lot of just like having to make systems to basically be overkill to like compensate for inconsistencies, which is always like a part of real world engineering.
Yeah.
Does it actually fit in the 18-inch cube?
I believe so.
I'm pretty sure. We should definitely measure it.
Just imagine that that we were wrong the whole time and it doesn't. But the drivetrain is about the same as like the dimensions of the one from last season, and I think we measured the height, so
Yeah.
I think it should fit.
I definitely think this is a very workable robot.
Yeah.
It is hard to look at one thing and say like, oh yeah, that's the thing that we need to do to make this singularly good. There's definitely consistency issues, but that is the tough thing to work out of a robot. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, occasionally, like one of your launches is just kind of a dud. It's
Yeah.
kind of weird.
My guess is it might be the boot wheels getting in the holes.
Yeah. that's
Also, our
possible.
battery is like very dead. Oh yeah. I think it's actively turning off some of the motors.
Yeah. Oh. It's dying.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the
So-
battery is very dead.
We have some velocities that we can tune, right?
Yeah.
I think if you always do, if you intake it in the order, right? Like if it's intake 1 and then flip the servo and then intake the next 2, it seems like it doesn't launch the extra ones. and it doesn't really get jammed very much. That seems like the important piece. But it means that you have to intake it in a specific order.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But yeah, you can drive this robot in a wrong way that makes it kind of get stuck.
Yeah. Some of it's just on the driver a little bit.
Yeah. It's interesting for sure. Are there any changes to the robot hardware? We can make that diverter taller. That's an easy one.
Make the diverter taller, and like you're saying, add that
those
plate.
plates, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's try that quick. And then I say let's spend like 10 minutes on that, and then come back here with a fresh battery and try to play some matches.
Yeah.
I think that'd be really cool. If anybody in the chat has specific things you'd want to see, let us know.
Oh, your computer.
Oh, yeah. Okay. What are you doing with this robot after Robot in 3 Days is over? Will you bring it to competition? We're going to keep it here at GoBuilda. They might build a copy of it if it's something that they feel like...
Yeah, I think we will.
Yeah, I think that's a good place to start. But honestly, you might also take this and say, hey, we learned all these different things. The right thing to do is to make a new and different motor, or robot.
Yeah.
I think the team would have an intaker sideways. I'm not sure.
What's a motif? Oh, yeah, a motif camera.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, maybe.
Doesn't matter about the battery. It went way over 3 minutes. Yeah, it was. We drove that for a while.
There's not a counter roller on the intake.
The robot does fit in the home base. Barely, but it does.
The normal it's not that bad to aim from the...
Yeah, the close box is pretty easy. The far is tough, especially from the driver's box. I think it would be hard to aim this robot without some kind of auto aim.
Yeah.
This battery is warm.
We've had a couple of those.
That's awesome.
You might want to check the fuse, honestly. We had one fuse that got so hot that it melted the plastic, but it didn't melt the wire.
Yep,
Wow.
that's possible. That's kind of how those fuses work, is they warm up and then go from there. Let's see if you can find this in charge. I have one on the charger. I don't know where my multimeter head is up in the Great Plain. That would also work. I'm not sure where one of those would be either, though. Okay, I think it's add that, make that taller. So if that's a standoff or maybe a grid plate, we have some grid plate. That'd be an easy one to add.
Yeah. Or you could just change it to an L bracket. What's the distance from the edge of the wheel to the back of the board?
Oh, and the servo screws.
A little under 5 inches.
It's like 4.7, right?
I don't know. I haven't measured it.
The double shooter intake is very interesting. Yeah, it is. It's got some... You would think that it's pretty simple, but it's really not, considering how many factors come into strategy with it.
Yeah, there's definitely... I think with some more prototyping and some more robot refinement, you could make this a little bit less picky. But there's definitely a specific order everything has to happen in.
Yeah.
Okay. So, this is the easy solution here. We just kind of add this. It's not going to jump over that. Yeah.
On the
I think that's
inside or
pretty
outside?
The inside's kind of tough. It will be tough to fit hardware.
It would. Yeah.
So that wowould be pretty easy. The other option is we could put some standoffs. Or even one standoff would probably work. That might be the faster option, one 43 mil standoff, and just screw it in from the bottom. It wouldn't need to be that long. I think that's going to stop it from being able to jump over that bar pretty easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like this.
We could just screw some screws into it, probably. Well, I imagine laser cut guides for the radius of the distance from the flywheel.
So I think that we really only saw it
maybe.
jump over in that scenario where you have 2 in 1.
Isn't it better just to make a catapult for accuracy? But you can't.
So it's 2 in 1 side.
Maybe.
How does that happen?
But you can make this pretty good.
I don't know. A catapult's like a whole different.
Downfall of a
worms.
catapult is that it would be a lot harder to vary
what
the
Chris
strength
said.
of
It's
the
a whole other
catapult.
can of worms. Sorry, I keep interrupting you.
It would be really hard to vary the strength of a catapult. So for doing close and near shots, I'm not sure, or I feel like you can make catapults probably just as accurate as this. I haven't ever tried to make one, but
Yeah, I think you could make it as accurate, or it might be easier to make a more accurate system.
yeah.
But I
Yeah.
definitely could see
It
this
comes with
being,
its downsides.
It's got downsides. I also think this will be faster.
Yeah.
If you want, once we get to the point where you're really rapid firing, that's going to help.
With a catapult, you would only be able to shoot from one side. That's true.
Okay.
Well, not really, but kinda.
Both
So we need more close velocity.
have their kind of like, both are viable options in my opinion. It's just like
Unless
what you think is the best way.
What you want to dedicate your time to.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
you think is the best way to solve this challenge.
the close and far velocities are pretty similar.
Is it exponential?
No, it's linear. This is just ticks per second.
That's weird.
Those are pretty close.
It's really not. A
Yeah,
whole
less
lot of
adaptability
difference.
with the.
Yeah.
I was
Okay.
about to say cannon, but it's not a cannon. It's a catapult. I mean, they're both kind of siege engines. You could use a tensioner or an actuator to adjust the shooting distance of a catapult. That's true.
Yeah. There definitely are both viable solutions. 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this might help. Just like a little plate here, stopping the.
Oh,
ball
also,
from
I
rolling
think the
over.
servo screw on the flipper is.
It
loose.
was loose. I think we got it tightened up. I think you could hear it as it
It was
was
like
running.
jiggling.
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
really bad.
Let's add this plate here. I think it's going to help a little bit in some of those scenarios. So what should we just have 10 mil screws and some lock nuts? That'll be a good way to do that. I'll let you bolt that
How many
up.
lock nuts do you need?
Just 2.
I almost dropped that, but I didn't.
Here's the screws.
Oh, yeah.
Flywheel
that's
is just inaccurate all the time with rev up time and battery power. It revs up in like less than a second.
Yeah, I mean, they're viable options. I think there are ups and downs to both.
Also, if you like actually put an effort out to like tuning it, and battery power isn't an issue if you like
Charge your batteries.
well,
It,
No,
we are
like-
really like the target velocity helps a lot. Like,
Yeah, if you-
we ran that from a fully charged like 14 volt battery down to one that was at like 11.5 volts. It was dead.
yeah. If you
and it
have a
worked.
battery, if you consistently have like you can fix battery power and battery usage literally with your code. And it's pretty easy, like the velocity as well as using PIDs.
Yeah, that's easy. Like we just set velocity instead of setting power, and it adjusts for the. It doesn't account for the battery voltage. It's just we're after a specific velocity instead of being after a specific power.
Yeah.
So we're not letting the motor's velocity be dependent on how much power we apply to it. I think once we add this, as long as we get a battery with some more volts, we can run some 2.5 minute matches and see.
So Noah
2-minute
said,
matches.
I think the lever's getting in the way. We're like kind of fixing it. Also, can you give us a 360 on the main camera of the building?
I don't know that we can do a full 360, but sorry, I don't know that we can do a full 360, but we certainly can show it off a little bit. I can take some pictures and we can post them. It's fun. This was a project we put together about when I started working here to make this whole space look like a cool set.
It
and
is really cool.
It was fun.
Yeah. Can you do a full match? Maybe.
Yeah, I think so. At least one without auto.
We can run both robots, the original starter bot and this
We
one.
actually can only run one.
Oh, yeah, we only have one driver
station.
up, right?
Yeah.
Wait, One of our mentors has an Android phone.
I also only have one control hub.
Oh,
So-
right.
But that's okay. We can still do like 1/2 of it reasonably at least.
Yeah.
It'll
Yeah,
be interesting to see how this robot scores with even just being the only robot on the field. It'll be super cool.
My foot stuck again. Oh, right. Anyways, the shot of the element which bounced inside the thing left and entered the point scoring area still counts as a point. Really?
Does it?
I'm not sure. Well, it might not even be reduced. It might just be nothing. It might actually just be worth nothing at all.
Motors are still warm.
So we're gonna do like a makeshift poll right now. Put a 1 in the chat if you like Roadrunner. Put a 2 in the chat if you prefer Pedro pathing.
Every time you say Pedro pathing, I think you're gonna say Pedro Pascal, and it throws me off.
That's crazy.
Okay. Sweet.
It might count as nothing if the rack's full.
Two.
Pedro pathing. So right now Pedro pathing is winning just because there's no other Roadrunners. True or false? In FTC, the init method in the op mode is automatically called when you press the init button on the driver station. True.
Yeah.
3 Pedro Pascal.
I like that one better.
Yeah.
We can leave these. That's probably how we would do an autonomous. So
Yeah.
that works.
You might. Oh, can you like start up the flywheel in init?
One sure could. Yeah.
Would that be legal?
Oh. Ooh. I don't know the answer to that question. Maybe.
Because I feel like your robot can't be moving on a knit. It could be it can be like holding a
motoring.
position, but
Yeah. I would. It's probably not legal.
True or false? FTC robots can only be programmed using blocks and not Java. False. LFTC robots can be programmed using blocks, onboard Java or Android Studio Java/Kotlin. That is true.
Okay.
I mean, false. Well,
I don't know
that was
how
just a
charged
statement.
This battery is.
also, I don't know where I heard this, but I heard someone say that they programmed their robot in C++, but I'm not sure that's allowed.
I think that would be exceedingly hard, at the very minimum. I'm not sure if it's allowed or not specifically, but I think it would be very, very difficult.
Also, Roadrunner is like 90% Kotlin and like 10% Java. True or false? The wait for start function in FTC codes halt stop mode until the play button is pressed. True. Wait for start blocks the code from running until the match starts. That's interesting.
Okay, we have a charged battery over here. I think we've made our small fixes. Let's head back over to the field and try some match. I think
Okay.
that's gonna be pretty fun.
I'm like,
Oh, maybe not.
true or false? All FTC motor and sensor hardware must be declared inside the run up mode method. False.
Sweet.
You can use like, what are they called? Cass, if you're in here, can you packages? You can use different packages. They're not called packages. They're called. What are they called? Sam, do you know what I'm talking about? Sub modes.
subassemblies?
Yeah, subassemblings. Can you bring the chat? What do you mean? Can you bring? Oh, I can pull it up on my phone.
I'll grab the laptop.
Okay.
I think that robot's about ready to go. I can be a timer if you want to drive.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
Is that a new battery?
Yeah.
Pew 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 pew.
That should be it. It's just the DECODE RA3D. Oh, I guess it needs to restart again. Select it another time.
Okay. Do you want me to
thanks.
initialize it?
Yeah. And I say let's just run teleop and see what we can score there.
Okay.
Do you want to try? We might as well. Like let's go after it. Actually, I just changed the velocities. Do you want to try that?
Yeah.
So try. It's on the close. If you just go ahead and start it and launch one of the close ones.
How do I change it to close?
It's by default close. And then far is a toggle on deep.
Okay, well that bounced out.
Okay.
11, none of those went in?
None of those went in.
Maybe that was just like an unlucky preloading.
Oh, jeez.
I'm just gonna like grab that one.
Yeah.
I mean, it works okay.
Okay, and then you want to try the far distance as well? And then that's the top D-pad is the way to toggle to the far distance.
Whoa. Ooh. At least it looks like the lever issue was fixed.
Yeah. Well, if you untake 2 and then toggle the lever,
Yeah.
it will fire it. That makes sense, though. There just isn't that much space for it.
Ow.
Oh, yeah, if you intake 3,
so sorry.
it'll
Oh my
also
God.
do it. Oh, and then the top D-pad will toggle.
That's got to be like a major foul right there. What if I was a coach? Could have just hit a coach.
I want to see how well it can aim. Well, it doesn't change much while it's driving. I mean, it kind of does, because, like, of course, it's going to be, like, that gyroscopic effect, but, like, just a little bit. It's not bad.
Are the velocities good?
I think so.
Okay, then we should reset the field and
Oopsies.
and we should try run some matches.
Okay.
Okay, well that was weird.
Okay, also let's start
It's
it
like
in a legal starting
It's like
spot.
legitimately really good.
It's pretty solid. I think it's
Although
it
I guess
depends on how fast you try to drive, but I think it's pretty good.
Isn't this one like this? Or is it?
I think
this?
it's close. I think that's it. I don't know for sure. It's going to be close enough.
I believe this is a legal starting spot. If
Yeah.
we're on the blue line.
Here's on the purple.
Thanks.
And should we start with preloads on it?
Yeah, I think so.
And what's the motif pattern? Well,
Let's do alternating. I think that's the.
and that's the what's on the
Yep.
on the
Let's do this because this is
go
also.
ahead.
Oh no, it would have to be right up next to it.
yeah. Well, it's safe to assume that we would have run an auto all. I guess then we wouldn't have the
Then we wouldn't have preloads. I think
Yeah.
that's. Let's set ourselves up for the most success possible.
yeah. I feel like that's a good preload.
Okay.
That's a little messed up.
Oh.
The field setup is like not easy at all.
It'll take a couple of seconds, I think, to get. It'll take a little bit to get right every time. All right. I think this is lined up pretty well, where you should probably be able to just hit both of them, like launch them. All right, we'll do 2 minutes, not 59 minutes. All right, we'll start this in 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, wait.
Do you want to restart?
No, I'm good. That's something I would do in a match.
And you might have to toggle it to, yeah.
Oh yeah, I have turn the intake on.
Okay.
I was a little far.
That was definitely far.
Maybe try doing. Now you have the MCs off, so. Maybe try doing the close.
Yeah, definitely the close.
You might just want to. We'll probably have to run another match after this one.
Yeah.
I think it's just.
I swear. That's the second time. That's 2 major
Yeah.
penalties.
What time now?
I put my phone back away. 45 seconds. You can use the robot sign. That works really well. And you have 20 seconds, so end game.
So maybe launch one and then go park.
15.
Oh, I think you bent it in a little bit.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Aw.
You almost parked in there. Got a partial park.
Okay, let's try that again. I would say, I think the biggest thing is, it is okay if you take way more time. Like, I would slow everything way down.
Yeah.
Take the first one, switch the servo, and then get the next two. Because by
Yeah.
the time you go and line up, you've spent a lot of time on that cycle.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that just launching close.
Yeah. That seems reasonable for no auto aim and not a lot of practice. But it's okay, it doesn't have to be super fast. It just, more accurate would be probably way more points.
There's one more motif, I think.
Oh, didn't even catch that.
Can I have one of those? I'll set it on the other side. All right. And I'd say on this one, like, even if it takes more time, totally try for the 3 shot goals, even just to show off the robot's capability.
Yeah.
All right. We'll start off in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
Aren't you gonna try close?
Oh yeah, I have to switch it. I mean,
Oh,
Okay,
it's
now do
weirdly
close.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to try this one again?
Yeah. I
Since
think
the
so.
field's almost all set up, and then we can just, it's okay if it takes a little longer in between.
Yeah, go for close first and
Yep. And 3 per. I think that's going to be by far the most points we can get.
I don't know where this came from.
Probably preload in the robot.
It's crazy.
can you hand me that last screen?
Me?
Somebody hand me some.
Here you
Oh,
go.
yeah, Ethan has it.
Or actually,
I really like these scoring elements. They're nice.
All
I
right.
actually know what to do this time.
Perfect. All right, we'll roll this again in 3, 2, 1, go.
Intake.
And you want,
Oh, it's stuck.
The servo is? Okay,
Yeah.
let's stop and fix it.
What did it get stuck on?
Oh, it got stuck behind the
Screw?
piece of channel.
Oh.
There we go. The channel just kind of got bent in, I'm sure. Okay. It's time. It's technically time, but we're done working on the robot, so we can run a couple matches.
Yeah.
That's not breaking the rules. We always do this. It's fine. All right. In 3, 2, 1, go. Oh.
so you're
Does that suck again?
No.
Oh, no. Okay.
you're gonna want to get 2 more purples in a row now.
Can you try for the 3 cycles? 3 ball cycles?
Okay.
You don't have to shoot one off. It's okay. We can keep scoring them. Yeah, so your next one should be purple. So shoot that purple one. Perfect. And then, yeah, just go ahead and score that one. And now flip your servo. Oh, just score these 2. Okay. You have 1 minute. And now get a green if you can. Perfect. And now go score both of those purples. And then green. All right, and flip your servo. Yep. Perfect. You have 40 seconds. Sweet, 30 seconds. I think you can get like 1 or 2 more cycles. All right, you'll score those 2. Oh. 21 seconds. 14. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think we taped that box too small.
Yeah.
I know the robot's 18 inches.
It fit in the red one.
Oh yeah, we didn't fix that one.
I
Okay.
think that was a pretty good match.
That was pretty good.
Yeah,
I say
that
let's
would've-
try that one more time, and like, I think that you had a few where you were going for 3 and it felt pretty good.
That would've
So
been-
so it's purple switch, purple green.
It's the first one, switch, next 2. You always have to get 1 and then switch the servo and then get the next 2, and
Yeah.
then it'll work.
yeah,
Should we try a different motif?
If you would like.
Yeah. Can we do a different one?
Am I
you want
starting
to
to
do 2
separate?
purple then green?
Yeah.
Or green then 2 purple?
Which one do you want?
Either of them, it doesn't matter to me.
But
Like
that,
actually.
I feel like that.
Here, actually,
that
I'm just
what we
gonna go over
ran
here and
probably
spin it.
would've, won probably quite a few early season matches,
Yeah.
Okay,
and-
purple, purple, green.
and we haven't even had that very much driver practice.
Some driver practice and an auto makes this a really capable robot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a. Oh no, you have them all.
Okay, it's purple, purple, green. So we get purple, switch, purple, green.
If it's purple, purple, green, we need to change the way this is.
Well, no, we should be able to do it. Oh, like with.
Yeah. Just the bar needs to be on the other side. And I think
Alright.
that servo screw is loose.
That's
again.
how it's always going to be, though.
I wonder if the strap for this season is literally to crouch down and drive.
Maybe.
It's definitely easier to aim like that. And I was better at scoring specimens last season crouching down.
Yeah. I'll try to actually get the servo screw tight this time. All right, sweet.
What's that?
We'll run this back. We'll start this in 3, 2, 1, go. So any of those, grab it, and then switch, and then grab the next two.
Or, hold on.
Sweet. Well, you need 2 purples so you can get the 2 and then a green. You have 1 minute. $40 seconds. Oh.
So, yeah.
Interesting. $20 seconds.
I'm just gonna go over here and.
Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Yeah, you got it. I haven't been keeping track of how many points any of these are, but that feels pretty good.
Yeah.
I definitely think with like a lot more practice, this could definitely be 2 full ramps in teleop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's very achievable. Sweet. I'm pretty happy with where this ended up. I think that's
Yeah.
a pretty good showcase of this robot's abilities.
Yeah.
I think we'll shoot some more video of the robot running around for the overview video, but otherwise I'm pretty happy. Let's all walk over to the field and sit down with the robot and we can talk about how this went. I'm really happy with this robot, really. Like, this is a very capable robot in 3 days. It's got
Yeah.
a lot of ability. I think this is going to be a game that's a lot about tuning and like perfecting a lot of the small things about the robot.
It really is a software-focused game.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
software. Like the automatically aiming this, like getting it to where you could be in the high zone and just hit launch and you automatically align that little last bit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That'd be big. I'm also really excited to see how, like, this game is going to be weird with defense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With 4 robots on the field, it's going to be crazy. There's going to be a lot to push and pull. There are lots of like,
A
hey,
heavy
that robot's
robot.
shooting.
A heavy robot might be the play. Also, lower RPM motors. You don't really need to drive that fast this game.
No, I think it's going to be a lot of, especially if you can get down shooting from the far zone. The cycles I don't think are going to be all that long.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will be really cool. We've had an incredible time here with 26949, the Royal Society of Robots. I've been Ethan. We've had Sam, Gage, and Chris here as our incredible guests, and we made a really killer robot, I think. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.